Hello, and welcome to another what we hope will be incredible series today in the Zenith League. I am Hampy, I am back, and if you know me from before that, you'll know I love to be joined by the wonderful Atomica.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me. It's going to be a good game. Fingers crossed. As we always commentate bangers, don't we, Hampy?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I remember the 5 game splits that we thought was a 2-0, and then the reverse sweeps that we always pull together after every time I feel like we cast together. I don't know if it's
Every
a
time.
caster's curse or if it's just something that we always see. But today's going to be an absolute banger. We've got Dangerous Game and Cyclon Game, who are the undefeated teams. So today will be the day where one person will no longer be undefeated. But both teams have dropped games before in the past, so. Atomica, do you have a favourite, or do you think it's too close to call?
I believe that I cast it. I casted Dangerous Game's first game, and they looked very good. They looked very good. The macro was completely on point. They were against the team that started out winning as well their first game, and they not dismantled them in a sense, but they definitely took it to them and won. They did win that series 2-0. So I can only go with what I know. I haven't seen Cyclon Gaming yet. However, so I'm going to have to just say that Dangerous Game are my favourites, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is very close to call, but we'll see how they line up. We're in draft now anyway. We see that Dangerous Game banning of the Elise, the Yanara, and the Kazakhs. Kazakhs, a champion that has very much become strong in this recent patch, especially with Inspiration Tree getting a buff and First Strike also being extremely good on Kazakhs. In the early game, he can make a lot of use out of those potions. And if getting that extra 18 ability haste or anything like that or 18 damage can really just give you 2 longsword bit worth of damage if you're skirmishing for Scuttle with the inspiration tree. But then we see Cyclone Gaming banning the Lilia, Tristana, and Trundle. What do you think, Atomic, to the ban so far?
Yeah, I think the bans are quite targeted, obviously. It seems like the jungle pool is getting pinched. Kha'Zix, Elise, Lilia, and Trundle being very obvious. I think, quite strong picks in the jungle now with the current patch. So it is going to be very, it's going to be very nice to see how the teams adapt to these quite pinching of the jungles in the current meta, because I think the meta's quite well defined in the jungle at the moment. I don't really think that there's been much changes.
No, I mean, Jarvan's still a prominent champion, as we know, but then there's still the champions like Pantheon that have been locked in. And then across the whole board, really, there's still those champions that we saw in the last split, we saw in Worlds, and that are just those absolute forces to be dealt with. And the Ornn is one of those specifically in that top lane. Normally when that happens, you normally like to see a tank being locked in on the other side. Maybe a Scion could be locked in. We know another champion that is very strong on the top lane, or a Malphite as well, could be locked in. But again, still showing that even though there has been some changes in this patch, those champions are comforts for a lot of people, and also just always somehow manage to stay in the meta no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed to be fair. However, Ornn did get the funny jungle buff, didn't he? This patch, I think, or is it the upcoming patch?
A lot of champions got the jungle buff this patch.
It was
Malphite got extra 100 damage with W.
Scion...
And Bessa.
Yeah, Bessa. I didn't.
But speaking of 2 champions in this patch, Jinx, one of those that did actually get a nerf in this patch, so maybe not in the top tier, top 3 that we'll still see, but again, when Jinx gets excited off and kind of that passive is procced, we all know that Jinx can be a struggle to deal with. And speaking of another ADC to deal with, Atomica, Kai'Sa, another one that again can snowball quite hard, but I'm excited to see how this will pair, especially with the Pantheon and Mel on their team.
Yeah, Kai'Sa, very strong AD carry in the moment, especially paired with something like a Pantheon that can just dive in. You have 2 very strong divers with the Mel for poke. I think Dangerous Game's composition is coming along quite nicely here, as Cyclone Gaming round, obviously, their 3 picks off with the Braum. Jinx, Braum, a very solid bot lane combination. And I think that this is providing great peel for this Jinx, and this Jinx is going to be a bit of an issue for Dangerous Game if Cyclon Gaming can peel well for her, and she can start getting and she can start getting excited in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you touch on the Braum as well, the Braum is such a good pick against the Mel and the Kai'Sa specifically. Like, it's really good peel, as you said, and I wonder how they'll be able to operate this in this late game. But second round of bans coming in Atomica, Camille and Gwen getting taken away, banning away that top lane threat for the Ornn, making sure they're just kind of going to have to handshake the tank, really, at this point.
Yep, agreed. I think they are going to have to handshake the tank. I think that the Camille and Gwen bans obviously just very big tank busters. You don't want to see them in your game as Ornn, so just get rid of them. Don't give them the option. We do see Dangerous Game banning Hui and Talia, so some pretty dismal matchups for Mel. I think Hui just manages. I think they're both just essence dismal matchups because they can match Mel's range. So by getting them off the cards, getting them off the table, just by giving our Mel nice little matchup with Victor. I think that Victor being changed from what he was to just a spam E-bot means that Mel has a nice, easier time with these sorts of trades, especially when Victor likes to dump all his spells initially. So the W can get massive value. As we see Bard locked in for Dangerous Game into Braum. I don't know how to feel about that personally, but
I think the Bard is in a way the protection away from the Ornn and the Victor ult really as well. I mean, Cyclon Gaming have kind of got that comp where when they combine on their ultimates at once with the Braum ultimate and the Ornn ultimate as well, and you can kind of get the Victor ult too. I think it kind of becomes one of those where it's a lot of damage at once, and the Bard is almost a bit of a protection, but then on the flip side as well, you've also got the dive potential as well. The Kled being locked in kind of cements that in a little bit. A Pantheon that can dive immediately down to a tower, but then the Kled can also use his ultimate to charge in, and the Bard can disable any tower, right? So we know that. But Cyclone Gaming have spotted that exact threat, Atomica, and they've locked in the Shen for that extra little bit of protection.
Yeah, did Shen Jungle get a buff, or is this
think so.
Is this all jungle Shen top? I'm not too sure, but that could be crazy if we're about to see the debut of Ornn Jungle after he's just been buffed. But yeah, you're completely right about the Shen. Just spotting that and spotting the dive threat and just adding an extra layer with the Shen ultimate to be able to stand united with the Jinx, give this Jinx a big shield that can help mitigate a lot of damage, and therefore help that Jinx really get closer to being the win condition of the fight. And it's one of these weird ones where obviously Cyclone Gaming have a very obvious team composition. Their team identity is quite good, but I think that Dangerous Game's composition is one of those where if you can execute it well, it's a massive pain to deal with. Like a good Bard can make your life misery.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that is the reason that it's going to be a close game, is that we know that it's going to be both sides have picked a comp that they potentially feel comfortable on, but we do have some information, Atomica, and it is the Ornn in the jungle.
Yeah, Ornn jungle. I've not seen much about it. However, I do believe that someone did post that Ornn can do a clear in 309.
309 for an Ornn jungle is impressive. If you can pull it off, then fair play.
He spent a lot of time in the practice tool before this series, making sure that he could play the Ornn jungle.
I mean, respect that, because not many people would go into a practice to practice Ornn jungle. But I guess in a sense, like, if you compare it with, it's a Shen top side. If you can taunt near a wall, then you kind of just automatically getting a free knock up as well, aren't you? Realistically, so you've got the potential there as well. But I am really excited to see how this works, because I can't say I've seen it very often, nor have I seen it for a while. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one, Atomica.
Yeah, a very interesting one indeed. However, I just want to see how it plays out. Like, I don't even want to theory this. I just want to see how it plays out, because I'm excited. I'm excited about an Ornn jungle. I'm not gonna lie. Very, very excited to see something that Riot are obviously trying to push more towards, or to try and give champions a bit more flexibility, and to try and give draft more creativity in these sorts of scenarios where you have someone playing Ornn, and it's like, all right, we can slam it here, and it's going in the jungle. I'm not even sure how the matchup will be with Pantheon.
I mean, we could there could still change over before we get into game, and it could just be the Shen, and we could see a fantastic River Shen. You never know. The River Shen could return. But I mean, they could change for all we know. But then, I mean, I wouldn't put it past either of the team to try something new. This new patch has kind of opened up a lot of new potentials, especially with a lot of top laners getting a buff, and I do think we'll see a lot of off-meta picks coming into this game, especially in this patch alone, really. But I want to start talking about how these teams need to operate this game. Realistically, the level 6 is such a dangerous threat with the Shen on the opposing team. So I do think, realistically, Cyclon Gaming are going to be kind of trying to bait that. But Dangerous Game, I've got to be careful, Atomica, because if they're not, and they look for that dive with the Bard, with the Pantheon, with the Kled, then a Stand United could really just change a whole game.
Yeah, and a really good Stand United, yeah, like you said, can just flip the whole game, and it can flip a team fight, it can flip a fight in the bot lane, it can flip a gank, it can flip an invade. You know, it can flip so many things that you just have to respect it as soon as it becomes an option for the side of Cyclon Gaming. However, you've also got the fact that you have champions here that can build stuff like Serpent's Fang, and it can slot into their build quite well. With the Pantheon, with the Kled, because Kled now builds a lot more sort of like bruisery, doesn't he? It's like the whole point of him is to be a lot more like you build AD. So the lethality that you can get a little bit of value out of that, plus the attack damage that you get from Serpent's Fang. It's just the fact that the options are there for them to build that Serpent's Fang that means that the Shen impact won't be as high. However, it will still be very high. Like, I think that this Shen is a pick by like that's just allowing Cyclon Gaming to really like be able to just do things that they probably wouldn't have been able to do if the Shen wasn't there. Like walk up, take fights that might seem a little bit flippy. Whereas Dangerous Game, they are playing the dangerous game that their engages have to be perfect. Their engages have to be very good. They have to be very on their side. They have to know that it's on their side. It's one of those where this Shen pick, I think, is, and the reason why I'm talking about it so much is because I think it's such a good pick, because it allows Cyclon Gaming to make these plays that are a little bit psycho, that are a little bit not in their favor 100%. But they still have the means and the tools to turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're spot on there. And I think for two teams to be this strong, really, you kind of need to take those, I guess, quote, those psychotic plays a little bit and play a dangerous game, as you said. But it looks like both teams are going to play a little bit safe in the early game, both opting for that board. Oh, here comes the Pantheon. They're walking up a little bit too close. They're going to have to flash away already. Very well spotted there. Dangerous Game. I didn't really realise that Cyclone Gaming would be sitting in that bush, but I mean, they kind of read it pretty well, Torika.
Yeah, Cyclone Gaming just punishing the generic ward that many people tend to go for nowadays, which is the ward on the Raptors when you're on the blue side of the map. You know, you want to get vision on the enemy jungler, you want to see where he's pathing to and from, and just sitting in a bush with the Brawn passive forces out the flash on the Pantheon, which is a very big engage tool. You know, the flash stun is a really good tool on the gank. So now Dangerous Game have to set up a little bit more for their Pantheon than they probably would like, as obviously we do see a little bit of trading going down on the bot lane level 1, but it was a nice bait. It was a nice burning of the flash from Cyclone Gaming, and Dangerous Game now a little bit on the back foot with their comp that they really want to try and get the front foot with.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it'll be interesting to see how iPlayUlisten decides to path this game. It looks like he's just probably going to path the bot side. Both junglers knowing where the opposing jungle is starting. But I do think it'll be interesting to see how these scuttle fights go, Atomic. And that's what I'm really intrigued out. Because I want to see how this Ornn will be able to fight against his Pantheon in the early game. I mean, we do another Ornn, especially with the Bellows Breath, and then proccing the Living Forward passive as well, and then just the damage from the auto attack can be quite significant in the early game. So it'd be interesting to see how Fito decides to play this, but already both teams are just trying to poke, just trying to farm up as much as possible, and I think once it gets to these early kind of objectives, I think this is where we'll really see how both teams are going to decide to play for either early or late game.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, like you said, the early objectives are critical to how these teams are going to play. I think that realistically, Dangerous Game should be all over these early objectives. They shouldn't even look to not contest it, because I think that the amount of pressure that you get from Mel and Kai'Sa with the poke with Kai'Sa, Killer Instinct, the Mel barrage, it's really a lot for Cyclon Gaming to deal with. But then on the flip side, Cyclon Gaming are completely fine giving up these early objectives because their team scales to oblivion. Like if this game goes past probably 30 minutes, this Jinx is going to be 3 items. This Victor's going to be 2 items. You've got the
Victor as well.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, the Victor's such a threat. I mean, once you've got the Glorious Evolution, the Arcane Storm comes down. It does so much damage, especially in a team fight if you're in a crowded environment. And realistically, I feel like that's kind of the way that Dangerous Game are going to have to fight, really. That it's kind of front to back in a way. The Kled is going to want to dive on the back line, but if you're going to group up and you're going to try to fight the front to back line, then it's going to be really difficult, especially if that Victor throws down the Arcane Storm. It's going to be so difficult to deal with. But I think the real focus of this game is probably going to be in this bot lane, Atomic, because already both Ara and Killy and Teneri Prime and Bearded Monkey are already kind of being super aggro in this early game, and I think both of them are trying to assert that dominance. Both doing pretty well on CS so far, but I think that's where you'll probably see both junglers start looking towards as this game progresses into the mid to late game.
Yeah, and just pick up on that, Bearded Monkey and Teneri Prime look to have had all the pressure so far in this tussle in the bot lane. They're letting the wave push out as well as they're trying to land a little bit more poke with Teneri Prime. Well, Kille raising the shield.
Teneri Prime might be in trouble here though, Tomica, because he's taken 2 rockets. He's fine. He walks away, don't decide to pursue it, but speaking of pursuing, we see Fronter in a difficult position here. Scar been procced, but you're just going to walk away just about.
Yeah, very nice knowledge by Shockler there to use the Skull reset to get a nice ability reset off onto the Shen, but the Shen just manages to get away as Oppression poked down and it's hit, but Oppression's taken a nice CS lead in this mid lane. The pings are going down, but it's because they see iPlayUlisten on a ward. This first Drake still hasn't been taken. The junglers still have not seen each other. And just to touch back onto what you were saying about the Kled wanting to dive in as well as the Pantheon, I think this is where this Bard pick is really strong, because Bard can set up these dives with the Tempered Fate, but then can also play really well for the backline of if Teneri Prime doesn't see an angle in, or if Oppression's found himself isolated. But Bearded Monkey can then switch targets to try and help Oppression with anyone that tries to dive onto the Mel. Not saying that anyone will, because it looks like Cyclon Gaming are very front to back, very put the tanks in the front, keep the damage behind sort of composition. So this Bard pick is a little bit like the Shen pick in terms of utility. It's just so strong for what it wants to do, as we see Cyclon Gaming look for the Kled, however.
Look for something in the top lane, but they're very well read by Shockler. But I mean, that kind of puts the position for Dangerous Game to basically get a free dragon here. I mean, Grubs haven't spawned yet. Drake is a pretty free setup. Teneri Prime is pushing in bot lane. You said it earlier yourself, Tomic. A Dangerous Game are really trying to build that pressure. And he just opens up an opportunity for Dangerous Game to really just attack this dragon and kind of get it free here. Shen obviously has swapped down into the bot side. And I think this is the goal from Cyclone Gaming, really, is give up the Drake, play for the Grubs. And both teams happy to trade either objective so far. But I'm interested to see what you think is going to be beneficial for either side. Who do you think kind of gets the win in that situation with either of those objectives, Tomaka?
I think both teams are happy with this outcome. I think that Cyclone Gaming are happy with it because they can deny the Drakes from they can deny the group from a
Incoming though, Tomika, hang on a minute, because Tito's coming in and he has the charge available, ultimate still available, misses it into the wall, the searing charge hitting the wall, but Bearded Monkey doesn't have magical journey available just yet, and first blood goes over to Ara, and I think Bearded Monkey tried to get the magical journey, but it didn't quite work. Teneri Prime in a difficult position is actually going to have to use the killer instinct to escape there. Shen coming in with a shadow dash, just hitting, but it's looking like it's going to be aggro as this game goes on, Atomica, because my lord, already both teams playing for it again, and Fronter is looking to go front and forward because Teneri Prime just narrowly avoiding the living dash, but in comes the flash from Fronter, just hits the Q, the Twilight Assault, not enough damage, but in comes I Play You Listen now, the ultimate coming down, and Fronter's in a difficult position. Kai's not going to be able to come back in now, but the Shen just pops the W to try escape here, but he's just going to fall instantly to I Play You Listen, and the Spartan is on the board.
Yeah, and Jinx in that fight actually sniped out the Kaiser with the Super Mega Death Rocket as charge comes in from Strocklow. He's going to get tagged up with the winner's bite. It's going to manage to escape thanks to the magical journey, but Bearded Monkey going to avoid being knocked up. There's the flash stun.
Not just yet though, Atomic, because one more rocket might take him down, and one more rocket does! Arrow with another kill on this board. And I Play Listen now is here to try and play the game, but that's not where you want to be, because in comes a Stand United, and Standing United is exactly what they are doing today, because down goes another member of Dangerous Game.
Yeah, and Jinx is just 4-0 now after that play. So Jinx is crazy fed. She is probably sitting on a lot of gold on this reset. Just going to pick up the wave and then go and base and spell. And I was actually going to greed for a little bit more here before opting to take the reset. Gonna probably be sitting on at least maybe half a completed item, or like literally just about either a completed item or just about a completed item. This Jinx is now such an issue for Dangerous Game, and this early game, which they wanted to go so well, it's just falling apart with that fight. I think it was Strocklow. I thought he found a really nice charge, but it wasn't in the end. It was just, it led him to his death, and it meant that Bearded Monkey was out of position, caught first, Jinx got excited, and then the rest of the fight was just so Cyclone Gaming favoured. It seemed like Dangerous Game were on completely different pages, and they managed to pick up all the kills in the world that they need.
Yeah, 100% Atomic, and I think it's going to now be difficult for Cyclone Gaming to come back into this game, I think. Like you said it yourself, you said it yourself, like, realistically, Cyclone Gaming have a 4-0 Jinx with a Kraken Slayer already completed. Dangerous Game don't even have just about half an item just completed on this Kaiser. What do you think they kind of have to do to come back into this game at this point?
Kill the Jinx, give the kill to the Kaiser, pray. I think it's either that, or you can use the fact that Oppression has this gold lead in, like this very slight. I mean, it won't be gold lead anymore because of the assists, but this CS lead, like this Mel isn't out of the game at all. This Mel's on like sitting on 10 CS a minute or just under 10 CS a minute. This Kaiser's also almost hitting 10 CS a minute whilst having a death. You know, it's not 100% over yet. It's just a very difficult game state. Kaiser now picking up her first item, which is very big, and
yeah, finally on the board.
Yeah, exactly. And so these fights or like these objectives now, they're still fightable. They're not out of the game just yet. They just need to ferry the kills into who they need them to go into, which, in my opinion, is someone like the Kaiser or the Kled. Because I think if Kled gets ahead, it's going to be such a headache for Shen to try and deal with on the side lane. I think you want Mel to at least get some assists here to get some more gold into her pocket. And then as soon as she starts getting maybe 1.5 items, 2 items, or where you're seeing where Kled is a menace on the side lane, that's when you want to start transitioning those kills to Mel.
Absolutely. I mean, now we're going to start seeing how both teams are going to be setting up for Drake. It looks like Schrockler is trying to lay down as much damage as possible here to Fronter, just stop him from being able to look for an engage, maybe a Stand United into this Dragon, which is coming up soon as well. We see the TP coming in from Oppression in the mid lane. Linkazzo is just going to try push the wave as much as possible, try and get priority here in the mid lane, but Oppression spots that. But in comes the Ornhorn. Vito going to hit it, but going to flash out now. In comes the Pantheon. I play listen, landing that stun. Down goes the ultimate from Mel. The Golden Eclipse doing so much damage there, but it's not over in the bot lane because now Cyclone Game, we're going to have to try fighting. Magical Journey is just going to get Beta Monkey away, but Brom's going to follow there. But it's another fight in the mid lane as well as Vito's in a difficult position. I play listen, not going to be able to get a Q just available just yet. The Comet Spear is not going to be land, but in comes the Mel with another massive amount of damage, Atomica. And these two don't want to stop fighting because in comes Teneri Prime.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you get back into the game. I mean, just pick up 4 kills completely for free. I think it was a really good gank opportunity from Vito as a Tempered Fate, forcing Arrow to flash. But just to bring it back round, the the gank opportunity from Vito was really strong. Mel had used that rebuttal, and then it was seemingly like a free kill. And then I think the Pantheon just appeared, I think through a Grand Starfall, correct me if I'm wrong. Came in, absolutely stunned the Victor, and that Searing Brilliance got so much value. It managed to execute the Ornn, it executed the Victor, and we're seeing a charge now onto Fronter.
Yeah, in comes the charge from Kled. Fronter might be in a difficult position. He's very tanky, so maybe able to walk away. The bear trap on a rope isn't just available now, just procs it up again. In comes the jousting as well. Fronter going to taunt him. Trockler might not have enough damage though, and Fronter's going to be able to walk away. And this Shen, the Giant's Belt's doing a lot of justice for him there, Atomica, because going to walk away. But, I mean, that's Drake now for Dangerous Game, and you said it, they're back in this game now, and just when you thought Cyclone Gaming had that advantage, had the lead, they step up a little bit too close, and they stay a little bit too long. And they're not even afraid to go for more even now because Jinx has the excited. He's going to be able to walk away, but Killy in difficult position. The trap's just going to land onto Beta Monkey and not going to be able to chase down any further. But Schrockler's looking for a kill in the top lane now.
Yep, stacking up that courage. Got to bring back Skarl, which Fronter has to be very careful of because that Skarl HP buff is so massive. But yeah, you're so correct with the Giant's Belt comment. The Giant's Belt is doing so much work for Fronter at the moment, and also those refillable potions. We can't forget about those as well. Just allowing Fronter to be able to take these a little bit more elongated trades, keeping him healthy. Yeah, he dropped quite low in that last fight, but he managed to walk away thanks to a combination of slows and taunts. But Schrockler is finding these really nice engages, snap engages onto this Shen. Shen is being absolutely shredded, and we're seeing now the Kled's got the full item, the Titanic Hydra. This Shen is gonna get absolutely mullered, and it's not gonna be fun for Cyclone Gaming because they have to. There's no objectives. Well, there is now actually. Sorry, there is the Herald, but they need to group and they need to like do something about this objective because I think if they let Dangerous Game get this Herald, I think that they get the feats of warfare.
Yeah, they absolutely will do, but Vito's in a difficult position here. He's going to just land the charge, not going to quite hit the wall. Beta Monkey will be able to walk away just round the pillar. But both teams looking to want to fight for this Herald. I think iPlayer Listen hasn't yet been spotted in the bush. Looks like Vito might potentially be aware of someone being in there. Isn't on a ward, but not going to be able to do with that much damage to this Ornn in this early game. But I think what's going to be really interesting, Atomica, is how they use this Herald if they grab it as well, because normally you like to open at the mid lane, try to get some pressure there so you can kind of get warding the enemy jungle, but at the same time you do have the option of potentially taking down top tower, getting that first tower for Dangerous Game in this scenario. But it looks like both teams are not afraid to try, just keep the pressure on, and looks like Cyclone Gaming are going to get the pressure advantage there because Vito's looking for a gank in the top lane, but this Kled is going to be very hard to catch as in comes the Shen, landing that taunt. But again, I said it, Atomica, this Kled is so hard to catch.
Yeah, so hard to catch. I mean, the taunt, there's no Merg treads there, and the taunt duration is not even long enough to last so that Vito can turn up and actually, you know, follow up. So Fronter just gives Schrockler a ton of damage, but again, also the Titanic Hydra, seeing Grand Starfall in the mid lane, there's a stun onto the arrow, he's been caught, and Create a Kill is going to get Stand United on top.
Stand United, in comes Shen, Atomica, in comes the Shen is here to play, but iPlayer Listen isn't afraid to keep playing as well, because Vito might be going down soon as well, and That fight turned from 0 to 100 real quick.
Absolute cinema from Dangerous Game. I mean, that was perfect combination of the ultimates, the Grand Starfall coming in, and I believe the Golden Eclipse was used there. Oh no, the Golden Eclipse wasn't even used there, but the Killer Instinct to follow through, the Tempered Fate to try and catch anyone or to try and stop any follow through, or counter action from Cyclon Gaming. It was perfect. Oh, that was close from the Super Meta Death Rocket, but luckily, Dangerous Game. Yes, Dangerous Game does pick up the Herald. However, it is one of those where it was, that was amazing from Dangerous Game. They just snap engaged. They saw the opportunity and they took it. And they picked off the Jinx. The Jinx couldn't do anything. And all that gold lead just melts away when the Jinx dies. And it was completely
I mean, you
free.
can see it there, Atomic. You mentioned the gold lead, and we can see it just there. This Jinx is almost 2,000 gold ahead of this Kai'Sa. And once that Jinx dies, there's no real threat for this side of Cyclone Gaming. But on the flip side, you can kind of say the same for Dangerous Game here. Shockler's taking a lot of tower damage, but isn't afraid to keep fighting, though. And I'm going to have to pause for a moment because Fronter's just kind of going front force into Shockler. But Shockler, it Cleddy's back again, and that damage came out of nowhere, Atomic. That Titanic Hydra did so much damage, and Fronter's going to fall, and it's going to be a solo ball in the top lane.
Yeah, it's a solo kill. I mean, Fronter thinking that he can just flash on top, can taunt Shockler under tower and have the tower to help, but Skarl and the Skarl reset, it's more than enough. The Shen falls. The Titanic Hydra damage is massive on the Shen, but it's also massive on the Kled. And it was a pain for them it was a pain for Fronter. And now this Kled has the confidence to take these one-on-ones in the top lane because he's just had experience of it. He's just 1v1 Fronter, just solo killed him. So
Dangerous Game, not afraid to hit another target though, because in comes the Temper Fate, going to narrowly miss, but the Pantheon going to come in now as well, and the Spartan is here to try to do something. The odd one is going to miss, though, feet are not going to be able to hit it. Beta Monkey falling on that. I play Listen in a difficult position, but in comes Strocklord to try warn off the rest of Cyclone Gaming. Cyclone Gaming poking from the back. The Jinx Rocket's doing so much damage, but no one's going to fall yet, just Atomica, and it looks like Dangerous Game are going to try and maybe look for a dive here on Security potentially, or just force his tower down, and Oppression's going to have to step back, and Dangerous Game and Cyclone Gaming are both playing a very dangerous game because neither team is going to drop anyone just yet, and the Rift Herald's going to get whipped into the wall because I play who listen. I think he needs to listen because he didn't play that one very well, Atomica.
Yeah, I think I believe that was lag. I'm not going to say that was the player. I'm going to say that was a ping spike because he just drove that Herald straight into the wall. I understand if you don't want to take the Herald, but just still drive it into the tower, take the damage that you can get. And yeah, driving it into the wall there, coming out straight onto the traps and dying from what was position which was really good.
For your sake, Atomica, I'm hoping that I really hope
I'm pinning it. I don't care. He can come out and he can say that, no, that was intentional. I will not care. I will simply go, no, you had a ping spike.
I don't think you'd want to admit that's intentional in that scenario. I think you want to claim it might just have been lag.
I'm giving you a way out. I play you listen. Please take it, please.
But I mean, let's hope that I play you listen plays this next objective a little bit safer and a little bit more carefully because Atakan is now available. And you know what, Atomica, I did see a bit of a statistic that it buffs your win rate by 8.8%, I believe, when you get the Atakan. So that is quite significant. Arguably, I believe it is statistically the most important objective in the game when it comes to win rate percentages and it doing something. I mean, it just gives so much extra buffs, and it kind of becomes a bit of a difficult position to fight over because now Cyclone Gaming do not have the prior in either of their lanes at this moment in time, and Dangerous Game have gone from being a team that were kind of on the back foot to now being on the front foot. And it's going to be interesting to see how Cyclone Gaming are going to play around this objective now, because I'm really interested to see how they try to generate that vision around this Atakan, because currently it's looking a bit dark.
Yeah, honestly, it's looking a bit dark for both teams, which is weird as Bidding Monkey's forced to flash away. And how weird is it that still Cyclone Gaming have the gold lead, yet because of how tempo works in the game, it feels like Dangerous Game are the ones that are ahead. Like, yes, you can say that the gold is standing on the map, and now the gold's equal now because farming. It's been used as the Ornhorn
Gonna have to
comes
pause
in.
you there a moment, Atomica, because in comes the Ornhorn. Bearded Monkeys might be caught again. Tempered Fate just gonna land. Teneri Prime tried to do as much damage as possible, but Fito is going to land that pillar. But in comes the Pantheon. Killy's gonna walk away, but Teneri Prime gonna dash into the backline. Oppression's now on a rampage. The shutdown going over to the Jinx as down goes Kaiser. And just when one falls, the other team gets payback straight away.
Yeah, so Bearded Monkey got Ornhorned and flashed on by a Braum, which then tried to enact the counter engage from Dangerous Game. However, Dangerous Game then couldn't kill the Braum through a redemption, and they stand united. So Teneri Prime had to overextend, use that killer instinct used it in, and then just got completely caught out and killed. Well, not caught out, but dashed into a position where Fito could just, I believe, Bellows Breath straight into the Brittle Proc, airborne, stunned, and then Jinx finished off the kill. So this Jinx now, 2.5 items, very fed, very, very strong. And, you know, I was just talking about tempo and about how Dangerous Game feel like they're ahead, but it also feels like they recognize that this Jinx, that they're on a timer because of this Jinx and Ornn combination with the Shen. And also the Braum.
You said it yourself, Atomica. You said it in the early game that it's going to be really difficult for Dangerous Game to do something because it gets to a point where this team just infinitely scale, right? You said it yourself, the Ornn passive, the Living Forge passive, and the ability to upgrade items is going to become such a threat for Dangerous Game to deal with that Cyclon Gaming kind of can keep carrying this into the late game. They know the Atakan's up. They have the vision now, as I wish they would, and they're not afraid to kind of threaten Dangerous Game. You try that objective, you go for it, because we know for a fact we can collapse on you here. And they might be looking for a collapse into iPlayer listeners. He's going to spot the ward just about. Both teams now posturing for this Drake. This Infernal up in 8 seconds. It will be sold for Dangerous Game if they can manage to play this here. Shrocko going to get knocked up by this here in charge, though. Going to have to flash away from the traps. And Cyclon Gaming are looking to get advantage in the mid lane here. In comes the Bronze Shield now. And already, Atomica, I'm a little bit concerned for how Dangerous Game are going to play this team fight, because Cyclon Gaming are just kind of throwing themselves on the table thinking we're not afraid to fight here.
Yeah, they're not afraid to fight. They're taking up good positions and they have good vision control. Now we're seeing Dangerous Game, obviously, as I say that, walk up, grab some good vision, as there's the rebuttal from Mel to deny the Winter's Bite.
In the Drake. In comes the Tempered Fate, though, perfectly onto the Ornn. Ornn going to be able to manage to throw down the Ornhorn. Kaiser do so much damage, and the Drake goes over to Cyclone Gaming, gets stolen away. Bearded Monkeys is difficult, but iPlayer List is now falling. The Victor doing so much damage. Teneri Prime gets a kill onto Braum, and the Ornn is on a lot of. In comes the Shen with a beautiful taunt. Fronts are going to fall for it. Teneri Prime trying to pick up anything where he can, but he's not going to have enough damage to take down this Jinx. And in comes Ara to finish it off.
Yep, a massive, massive fight for Cyclon Gaming. It was just a perfect team fighting, or exactly what their composition wanted to do. This Victor finding a massive kill. I believe it was onto iPlay You Listen. Just an absolutely massive kill as Ornn stole the objective away from the Pantheon. And it just fell in place for them. The Jinx was untouched in the backline. There was no real place for the Pantheon to try and use the Grand Starfall. The Kled couldn't even charge. He didn't have his flash either. It was just everything for Dangerous Game was on the back foot. The only person who had any real front foot or any sort of initiative was Oppression in this fight, and that's only because of Oppression being 4-0-2 and having so much damage in his back pocket. Everyone else, it just felt like they were on the back foot. They were out of position in some capacity, or they were just isolated. And Cyclon Gaming, they just hunted them down each individually, and they come out of it with a massive team fight win. And this Jinx now 3 items with the upgraded boots. This Jinx is a massive, massive problem.
I don't know about you, Atomica, but I'm getting very excited to see how the rest of this series will play out. If Game 1 is going how it's going, then I think we're in for an absolute banger, because these two titans of teams that are both showing exactly why they're undefeated are not afraid to put themselves out there and show why they're definitely a force to be reckoned with this summer split, because, oh my Christ, it's looking very, very good. If the rest of this series plays out as Game 1, then my God, stay tuned, because it's looking very good, Atomica.
Yep, 2 very strong teams, very even teams, I would say. And it is going to be an absolute banger. It is just already a banger. I mean, it's after such a big team fight win, it was 4 kills to 1. 3-kill lead and the gold lead is only around 1,500 gold, that's when you know you're in for an absolute treat of a series. The Infinity Edge Masterwork upgrade has come in. This Jinx, oh my lord, this Jinx, I can't keep going on about it, but like, because I'm gonna get annoying, but like, that is
No,
ridiculous. All that
yeah,
extra
I mean
attack damage.
the extra attack damage is going to be very beneficial, and with this Shen, with this on, it's gonna take some big plays to maybe try and catch him out in a difficult position. But speaking of catching out, Teneri Prime stepped up a little bit too close. Gonna be chunked to half HP. Baron is now up and available for the taking. Cyclone Gaming look to maybe try pressure the rest of Dangerous Game of this mid tower. Might look to move for this soon, but Atakan still is up there in mind. Neither team looking to take this so far, and we can see the vision that kind of Dangerous Game are kind of being denied of here. Cyclone Gaming doing a very good job of just being able to keep them off from getting the vision that they need and require. But neither team has decided to opt for this objective just yet. We do have another Drake up in 140, so I do wonder if we'll see both teams wait for this, because Dangerous Game, if they get this soul, it could really turn the tide of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. A Mel with Infernal Soul is criminal, the amount of damage that she outputs. With this build as well, she's even got the Cinder Bloom, I think it's called. The item which, if she gets a kill, no, the Crypt Bloom, there you go. Oh, it was close enough. Anyway, the Crypt Bloom, the item where if you get a kill, it heals up your team, which is going to do so much, because the whole point of the Dangerous Game composition is that they find that pick that wins them the fight, or they find a player that's picked off. So any damage that they try and give back out will be healed back by the Crypt Bloom. Not saying directly 1-for-1, but it will be quite strong. And the Void, and as well, it's also got that magic penetration aspect to it as well. So it's such a good, well-rounded item that this Mel has completed with 10 stacks on a Dark Seal. We might see her upgrade to a Book. I really hope we do. I want to see some of that confidence from Oppression, because he has been playing this game absolutely insanely well. Still has a gold lead on his opposing laner, and it's crazy. It'll be criminal if Oppression doesn't upgrade this Dark Seal to a Medjay's. I think that you should have the confidence to do so.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I've got to give credit to this order, Tomica. I've got to give credit, because we didn't anticipate it to do this well, and my lord, Fito's done a fantastic job of just being that absolute boss to deal with in the front line. And I think we're going to see exactly the reason why he's picked it in this next team fight. A couple of times missed the on-horn, but it's been some fantastic play from Bearded Monk with a Temper Fate. Oppression's trying to land a lot of damage on him, Tim, though, but this on is barely below less than a quarter and still has probably nearly 4k HP to deal with here. But his kill is in a rough spot here. It's been split apart, and I will say Dangerous Game's done a good job of chunking down. Fronters in the top side, though. Does have the Stand United available. TP is up. Drake is now available. I play listen, pinging down onto this. Looks like Dangerous Game want this dragon, but Cyclone Gaming aren't afraid to try to take this fight too. The tower going down to Cyclone Gaming on the top side, and looks like this dragon is now being started on. Killer going to walk in with a shield. Down comes the ultimate. Fito's now standing next to the dragon. Bearded Monkey isn't going to fall yet, but Oppression is unstoppable, and the Drake goes to Dangerous Game. The Ornho's going to land, but Shrocklow's going to manage to stopwatch it perfectly. In the air goes Teneri Prime. In comes the Pantheon. It's a triple kill for the Mel, and oh my lord, just when you thought Cyclone Gaming were in this game, Dangerous Game show exactly why they're a force to be reckoned with.
I mean, I understand what Cyclone Gaming were going for. Fronter has that Stand United. He can just stay on the side lane. He can stay pushing until he's desperately needed. But then Dangerous Game just pull the trigger. They just go, right, oh, okay, we'll just go and take the soul then. Thank you very much. And then Cyclone Gaming realize, and they have a little bit of a panic. Kill recognizes that Dangerous Game are just going for the soul, and they can't give this up 100% without a fight. So he runs in, gets a Stand United on him with the redemption. It's just about enough to get Fronter into the fight, but Ara and Linkazo are just so far behind the rest of the team that it doesn't even matter. They're so split up, they're so uncoordinated for this one fight, and Dangerous Game, they just take advantage, and Oppression gets so many kills under his belt. Teneri Prime also picks up a double kill. All the kills went exactly to who you wanted them to go to, and now these carries on Dangerous Game are also looking just as dangerous, if not more, than on Cyclone Gaming.
How scary does this Mel and Kaiser look now? Jinx will be terrified if we saw it themselves. We said if they can get onto the backline, the Jinx is no longer in the fight. There's not much extra damage for the side of Cyclone Gaming. Victor's not that far ahead in this game. This Mel is so scary now, and Oppression is really showing why this is a champion that they need to be afraid of. Because wowzers, we see this Mel on 4 items now. Please get the Magi's upgraded.
Just told
please.
you. I was literally about to say, I don't want to be the guy to say I told you so, but imagine after that fight, a triple kill for the Mel. That's a full stat Magi's, by the way. That's a full build Mel.
The curse always comes into play, though, doesn't it? Whenever you pocket, but the curse might be on Bearded Monkey because he's fallen again a couple of times this game. He's been caught out. Atomica stepping up a little bit too close, and you've got to wonder why they're trying to be so aggressive in situations when they don't need to force it, when they're so far ahead. Just play it slow, wait for the fights. You're so strong, and we've seen that Dangerous Game are doing a really good job of being that kind of strategic team, picking the right fights at the right time. But there's been a few times when it's been a little bit too close and stepping up a little bit too far.
Yeah, I think I think Bearded Monkey's just been quite a lot on this Bard, because Bard is like trying to step up, trying to pressure them away from the wave, but it's not. Oh wow, that's a big pullback onto Fronter.
Yeah, Bear Trap and a Rub did a really good job of pulling Fronter, but Cled's not afraid to joust over that wall, and Fronter tries flashing away, and that's going to be another solo kill. This Shen is falling very hard and very quickly to this Cled. The Black Cleaver now completed as well, and it's so hard for Shen to do something. He's fallen behind by quite a fair bit in this top lane, and you're kind of starting to feel like this Shen is a little bit of a taunt and Stand United bot.
Yep, average Shen, average Shen scaling, literally is just there for the shielding and the taunt, with also the auto attack block. Like, Shen's utility is so strong that okay, he's not lost the lane, because I wouldn't go as far as to say that this Shen lost lane, but this Kled now has outscaled the Shen. And this Kled now on the side is just dealing so much damage with this Black Cleaver, just shredding through any armor that Shen has built. I mean, Shen built Heartsteel, invested into it, and has only got 1 stack or 2 stacks.
Yeah, got to feel bad in that moment in time. It's kind of like when you build a Medjai's and then you immediately lose half the stacks the second you build it. So maybe let's hope Mel doesn't upgrade, actually, because I feel like there might be a caster's curse coming in there, Atomica, if I say that. So let's hope and pray he doesn't finish it. Oh, he's upgraded it. No, never mind. He's upgraded it. No, sorry. He's gonna lose half. He's gonna lose all of them. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance, Oppression. Okay, it's my fault. I'm sorry. You're gonna lose all your stacks. Okay. But the Drake is coming up in 1 minute 30. This Elder Dragon will turn this game, or will just finish this game, because Cyclone Gaming are not going to give up this easily. But you've got to wonder, how are they going to deal with this Mel? How are they going to deal with Teneri Prime diving onto the back line? If the Ornhorn doesn't land, if the Brom doesn't quite hit that Glacial Fissure, what are they going to do, Atomic? Because they seem to be kind of that team where they're all or nothing engages.
I think this is one of those where you have to try and let Dangerous Game engage onto you, rather than you try and engage onto Dangerous Game, because if you use all your tools like the Glacial Fissure or the Call the Forge God, or like having the Braum just kind of AFK run at you whilst Shen waits for a Stand United, it leaves your carry so vulnerable, especially if Dangerous Game just lull you and keep on pulling you back and splitting you further and further apart. It can lead to such an issue for Cyclone Gaming as I'm not sure.
A bug.
Is it maybe someone paused and it's keeping us paused for a delay. We're not sure. We're hoping that this is not a spectator bug. But to continue with my point, yeah, you don't want to use too much on the committal engage. I think you want to try and kind of bait Dangerous Game into thinking this is a good engage when it's not. You still have everything up, or you still have everything available, as we are now back. And it seems like Cyclone Gaming have taken the vision control of the boss. Oh. We are not back. No. Oh no. I think. Oh. So. Oh.
Well, it looks like small indie company Riot doing a fantastic job of upholding their spectator ability. But just when it was starting to get interesting, eh?
Yeah. Always.
Just when it was starting
as
to get interesting,
always.
Atomic. Just we see the Elder Drake coming up in 30 seconds. Baron's up in a minute 30. Cyclon Gaming looking very strong, but also we see it's just god, love it. We love it, don't we? We love when
Yeah.
a Riot do a really good job of running their client.
Thank you, Riot Games. Very
Yeah,
cool.
thank you. So, we don't know how this game ended so far. So,
We do, but we don't know by visualization.
yeah, yeah. I'm trying to keep the suspense,
I'm not.
okay?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure we're going to be getting the VOD back. We do believe that there is a old spectator bug in which the spectating ends or the replay ends before the finish of, well, because the match is finished, the spectator client doesn't keep going for some reason, even though it forces a 3-minute delay. So, we will. I guess we can try other things, or if we're out of things to try, I guess we'll just announce who won. Because I think that's only fair.
Yeah, I mean,
do that, but I
the
don't
only
know
thought
what else
process is we
do.
can try close the game and see what we'll do, but I'm sure we'll get. I'm sure our lovely producer Goblet's tried everything he possibly can to try and do something here. So bear with us,
So
folks. We're trying our best. Promise, it's not our fault. Don't blame us.
we pray that it does stuff. No, it's gone. It's gone completely. Okay, so it has gone completely. So we can confirm that Dangerous Game did win game number 1.
Oh, you ruined it. You
What do you mean I
ruined
ruined it? What do you
it.
mean? It wasn't coming back, okay? It wasn't
You
coming
ruined
back.
it. You ruined. No, I mean,
Yeah.
I think what we can do is we can kind of talk about kind of the last half of that game and just talk about how we anticipated it to go, which was you said it yourself, Atomica, that like Dangerous Game kind of got to a point where oppression was so strong. Teneri Prime was coming back into the game. It kind of flipped on its head quite a lot, and that Cyclone Gaming, it got really hard for them to come back into this game. And
Yeah.
I think realistically, we assume that the Elder Drake went over to Dangerous Game, but that's an assumption. But I guess that's the best thing we can do. But we're really hoping that we can kind of just avoid that for the future, but we don't really know. So we'll see what we can do.
Yep, absolutely agreed.
We can
But
take a 2-minute break in a second just while we kind of figure out what we can do for the next games, but we will come back to you with any information we have, and we'll hope we can fix something for the next game. And we are back for game 2. Unfortunately, game 1 then did a little bit anticlimactic, Atomica, but I mean, it's the best we can do, right? We have found out that the Elder Dragon wasn't taken. There was just a fight, and then Dangerous Game ended the game. But we'll start with game 2 now. Bans coming in, Atomica. Thoughts?
Pretty much the same bans as last game, isn't it? It's Lilia, Tristana, Trundle for Cyclon Gaming, who instantly slamming us here.
Instant Azir!
Yay! And Dangerous Game banning Yanara, Kha'Zix, and Elise. So it's the exact same picks and bans as last. Bans as last game. Azir slamming R1 from Cyclon Gaming. I did not realize that we were watching the LCK. My bad. And Dangerous Game slamming Zinzao, and it looks like they're considering their picks into Azir, which, the pros obviously will tell you just to kind of trade the Azir for Talia, or maybe something that can do a little bit more bullying in lane. I was going to say like Tristana, but Tristana is banned. So it's going to be the Zoe from Dangerous Game, which I really like. I really like that. I think Zoe is such an annoying matchup for Azir. Because she just
it's kind of the pick you expected Dangerous Game to play out. I mean, if you can operate the Zoe well, it's going to be really difficult for the Azir, especially with the amount of range that the Azir has, and it kind of makes it a bit difficult for Azir to do his thing and kind of be that threat with the soldiers. Mm-hmm. I'd be interested to see what the match here. They are going to maybe hover a Varus here. Now, Varus, obviously, one of those champions, again, that is always strong in the meta and has been really strong in the previous split or two. Speaking of strong champions, Atomica, that have always been strong, what do we see? We see a Sion being locked in.
Yeah, I love Sion. I love health scaling. Your opponents have locked in Zinzao and Zoe. Yeah, they deal tons of damage, but if you have simply... for lack of a better term, a shit ton more health, they're not gonna kill you. They're gonna just chip away at you. So, Sion pick, very strong. It looks like the Varus is gonna be met with the Ashe. I think that the Ashe into Varus matchup is really nice for Ashe, but I think it's a lot less like one-sided than people think, because I think people kind of put the Ashe into Varus matchup on like the par of like, oh well, if you pick Kalista and then your opposing ADC picks Ashe, then the game is over. I think people kind of like put it on that sort of tip, but I don't think it's really that one-sided. I think it's more like, it's definitely, in my opinion, Ashe favored, but I think that Varus does have does stand a good chance, especially if you can hit those arrows. You deal so much more damage. But the second round of bans are coming in, so I won't get hung up too much on this. A lot of 4 support bans, Blitzcrank and Rel. Yeah, 4 support bans. Dangerous Game banning out the Blitzcrank and the Rel. Cyclone Gaming banning out the Seraphine and the Nico. 2 very strong picks alongside the Ashe, and Blitzcrank and Rel 2 obviously very strong picks alongside the Varus. And the Mordekaiser going to be locked in into the Sion for Dangerous Game.
Yeah, I mean, the Mordekaiser always a threat to be dealt with. I mean, not a bad pick into the Sion. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a screw you to the jungler, I guess, in a sense, especially around those objective fights. And we know that Mord, as the jungler myself, is arguably one of my most hated champions to come against, especially on objective fights, because it kind of just completely disgruntles your team and kind of puts you in a difficult spot no matter what. But speaking of junglers, looks like Cyclone Gaming are going to lock in the Viego. In comes the King. Now, Viego, a champion that once he gets that reset, if he can pick up that soul, then just really hard to stop in most team fights. And speaking of souls, another soul champion being locked in, and that is going to be Thresh being locked in. So just when Dangerous Game banner with the Blitzcrank, the threat of the hook, in comes another champion that can do exactly just that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I know that you like the Dangerous Game do need engage. They do need someone, but Morgana's open. Like, surely Dangerous Game just slam Morgana here, and it's like, what can Cyclone Gaming really do? Like, but I mean, they picked the Karma. Karma obviously a bit more well-rounded. You know, you have the Mantra Shield, you have the Mantra Q, you have the healing on the Mantra W. So Karma a lot more of a well-rounded pick for the team for Dangerous Game, but I just think that Morgana would have been so annoying for Cyclone Gaming to deal with. Yeah, a good Thresh can can deal with the Morgana, but I think the Morgana would have been such a strong pick that the Thresh would have been rendered a bit more useless. But I do like both compositions. And from what we saw in game number 1, both of these compositions fit both teams to a T. Cyclon Gaming have gone for, again, another 5v5 front-to-back style team fight composition, whereas Dangerous Game have gone for a little bit more of a high skill floor, high skill ceiling composition, where you have to play it quite well to get the major benefits from this team comp. However, we did see them game number 1 with a composition that was quite literally like that, where if you piloted it really well, or you executed it really well, then it rewarded you handsomely, and they were rewarded handsomely. They took the Nexus, they took the game, and game number 2, they've got another composition like that. So yeah, both of these teams have got very stylistic compositions for themselves. I did also like what I saw from Cyclon Gaming in parts of game number 1. We just now need to see if they can put it all together and make a better game for game number 2.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Cyclone Gaming definitely showed some dominant parts of that game, specifically the early game. I mean, we saw the pressure that was kind of getting applied around those fights in the early game, but then kind of as the game developed, the oppression got a big lead. It became difficult for them to really collapse on the Mel, and the Mel just kind of snowballed with the game. And it became really hard for Cyclone Gaming to then look for objectives and try fight where they wanted to fight. But with picks like Varus, with picks like Azir, they're kind of giving themselves a little bit more forgiving champions. That Varus is such a long-range champion, the Azir the same, and you're giving yourself that extra little bit of space that I think at times Cyclone Gaming needed. I think there was too many times when they tried fighting, started front to back, but then got a little bit too aggressive. And I'm kind of liking that with this comp, they can kind of pick their moments where they want to. Dangerous Game going to have to try collapse. Now, they're very pick-oriented comp. The Zoe bubble, the Enchanter Crystal Arrow as well. The Mordecai's been able to Death Realm someone. But I do think Cyclone Gaming have opted for that comp that can kind of just play how we hoped they would play towards that mid to late game.
Yeah. Yep, they literally have. And I think the beauty about Cyclone Gaming's composition is that, like, this Varus has 2 decent builds that he can go, which is the on-hit and the attack speed. And both of them are fine this game. You know, you have a Zoe who's wanting to bubble, like, to use the bubble on the sidelines and to basically teleport herself in for a couple seconds, which you can get a couple of auto attacks off onto the Zoe from her portal jump. But then also you got the not on hit, I said on hit and attack speed, the lethality build, I meant to say, to just poke them out, to try and match the Karma poke, because and the Zoe poke, and your poke is so much more potent, I think, because Zoe is one of those where to consistently land a poke, you have to either throw it from the Fog of War, or you have to hit the Sleepy Trouble bubble.
Yeah.
Whereas with Varus, you just sit there with your piercing arrow and you just go, ooh, where am I throwing it? And then you just throw it out, and you're like 9 times out of 10, it's like you gotta hit it. Like, it also has such a weird hitbox as well. It's such a weird ability that, you know, at times it hits you when you think it won't, and at times it doesn't hit you when you think it does. So it just, I think this Varus pick, it's really good. I really enjoy it. And I think Cyclone Gaming as well, the Azir shuffle, I'm wanting to see some strong Azir shuffles here. Because, like,
I mean, you're locking Azir. You kind of need to be able to pull that off. If you can't pull it off,
you're locking B1 Azir. Like, I mean, we're in the LCK. I mean, like, it's just I'm watching Faker and Chovy. Or should I say, like, Chovy and BDD in the mid lane.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. But let us know what you think in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win this game. Can Dangerous Game just close off this series? Or will Cyclone Gaming actually be able to make it a battle? Both teams have dropped games before in series. Both teams dropping just the 1 game. Cyclone Gaming now dropping the 2nd of their entire split so far. But can Cyclone Gaming really just just push themselves for that top spot? Can they cement their dominance in this league? We'll find out really, really soon, because Dangerous Game and Cyclone Gaming will be coming into game soon. And let's just pray, Atomica, that we don't get another bug.
Yeah, please. I would like to see a Nexus explode or or a game finish. That would be quite nice.
It would be nice.
Yeah. However, it is, like you said, Cyclone Gaming have to perform the reverse sweep if they want to cement themselves at the top of the league. Dangerous Game can go right at the top. If they win this one game, as we go into game number 2, we see, I think the pings are going down. Again, Cyclone Gaming are going to look to try and punish the ward on Raptors. As we see a 3-stack.
We see, you've got a Scion, you've got a stack in a bush, right? You've got a stack in a bush if you have a Scion on your team. I feel like it's an unwritten rule, really. Decimating Smash just does a lot of damage, but it doesn't look like they're going to fall for it this time. I think from the last game, both teams learned a lesson trying to get the ward stacking in the bush. iPlayListen's going to just, it's a little bit of a screw you auto attack. It comes out. And Bearded Monkey knew exactly what was coming. Read them like a book front to back. But it looks like teams are just going to kind of just be in the places they want to be, just play it safe, 5-man position where they need to be. And I do think this game now will be a little bit safer from Cyclone Gaming. I think they kind of need to be, especially in this early game. You need to make picks where you can, use the Varus poke as much as you can, the piercing arrow. If you kind of link that with the death sentence, you can kind of push down a lot of damage really, really quickly. But I want to know, just as we say that, the death sentence misses. Never mind. FF, don't matter. Missed the first one.
Yeah, that's exactly how the rest of the lane is gonna go. 100%. The first hook always sets the precedent and the tone of the lane. Yeah, always. 100%.
This is the first one. It's the caster curse, right? It's my fault. I'm sorry. I did say that you're gonna if you can link the arrow with the death sentence, and just to say it misses the death sentence. So I'm sorry. Blame the caster guys. It's my fault. I apologize.
God.
Sorry, but Ara's taking a lot of damage. Level 2 already in this bot lane. Teneri Prime and Bearded Monkey just kind of throwing down the poke. I guess this is the benefit of the Ashe Karma lane, right? You're ranging a melee into 2 ranged champions, but it looks like Cyclone Gaming are very aware of this threat. And we do see Fito already looking for an early gank. Killy does have the flash available. In comes the Flay. Lands the Flay. Lands the hook as well. Ignite going on to Bearded Monkey. Bearded Monkey going to get taunted. And Ara using that brilliant arrow just to pierce and do so much damage. And you've got to give the credit to Killy. Did a fantastic job of really locking down that Karma.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that he'd taken the Glacial Augment as his rune rather than the Aftershock or Guardian, which is such a fantastic rune choice when you're against double ranged. You finally hit something and they're slowed, which means that the jungler coming in can come and help you 100% confirmed rather than, my CC didn't last long enough. So, yeah, a brilliant flash, brilliant flay. Started the Glacial Augment, which meant that Fito could come in, land the Spectral Maw, and it was kind of over from there, really. And Ara, picking up the first blood that, gets him scaling because he's on the lethality option for the Varus, opting to let Azir be the on-hit damage. And yeah, it's a good start for a lethality Varus because that is exactly what you need on Varus. You need gold, you want to start getting your items, you want to start just getting ahead. And First Blood gets you exactly that. 400 gold in his back pocket, picks up the tear and the longsword, and heads back to lane.
The flash was available for Bearded Monkey. It did a very good job, though, of Killy kind of just immediately hitting that flay within a split second of the flash, and it made it really difficult for a Bearded Monkey to kind of predict what was going to happen next, right? Didn't know the Viego was just available just yet on the map, but did a really good job of kind of just playing around that sort of little bit of vision that they didn't quite have dangerous game, and Killy is doing a really good job of kind of just applying pressure. He's missing a lot of death sentences, and I know that seems like a bad thing, but the threat of the constant hooks kind of puts the pressure off Teneri Prime and Bearded Monkey playing that double range aggro, and already we are seeing a CS lead being taken advantage over to Arrow, which you wouldn't necessarily anticipate in this early game, Atomica.
No, you wouldn't. Not when you have a Thresh and a Varus into a Karma and an Ashe. You would expect that the early game advantage would go towards Teneri Prime and Bearded Monkey. We did see that in the very early game, the first couple waves. However, picking up the kill, a nice gank by Fito means that his bot lane are now ahead. And they're also ahead in CS as well. But Teneri Prime does have a nice, juicy wave to pick up as Fronter being bullied out by Mordekaiser because they opted not to give Mordekaiser any mana. So
Fun champion.
Yeah, very fun.
Fun champion.
He can literally just stand outside of your tower, in front of your face, and press obliterate, and you have absolutely no answer. The lane is.
Oh, in comes the hook from Killian, though. Brilliantly played. Death Sentence, and Teneri Prime going to have to use his flash this time to just escape that. And, I mean, you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. And that's exactly what Killy's doing this game. He's throwing out as many hooks as possible. Eventually, one will land. And it now looks like Dangerous Game are going to try to counteract the pressure in the bot lane by trying to play for this Drake. Fito's not going to be able to look for a steal here because it's really nicely pressured by Bearded Monkey. In comes Killy. Fito going to W, but not going to quite hit anything just yet. Bearded Monkey going to land the stun. It got on to focus resolve, going to just stop Fito from in his tracks, but Killy is not afraid to keep walking up. Death Sentence is available. Nicely sidestepped by Bearded Monkey. Not just enough range yet. And that will be the first Drake going over to Dangerous Game.
Yeah, Dangerous Game playing that really well. I think the Bearded Monkey, big shout out to him with the pressure that he was exerting on that Karma, just meant that Cyclon Gaming couldn't walk up until the very final moments in which I Play You Listen already had the smite secure, picked up the Drake, and Kille now is looking for an engage onto Teneri Prime.
In comes another Death Sentence stub, but doesn't realise that I Play You Listen is just sitting in the wings, waiting for it to happen. In comes the flash. The W wind becomes light and going to land. Doesn't have enough damage just yet to take down Kille, and Arrow and Kille going to just walk away, but might not be afraid to take a dive here. But in comes Lacazo. The shuffle is not going to work. It's going to miss. The Death Sentence isn't going to land either. I Play You Listen lands, the wind become lighting. Going to pick up a double kill in the bot lane. 3 Talon strike. All he needs is 2 strikes because 2 auto attacks takes down the bot lane.
That was a really well played dive from Dangerous Game. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the slow from the consecrated ground, I believe from the Hail of Arrows, from Varus, meant that, the Ashe, the heal was forced out of Bearded Monkey, but the Ashe was almost dead. That heal saving the Ashe, meaning that the double kill on the dive was clean, but Linkazo as well, missing the shuffle.
Oh, Linkazo stepped a little bit too close, and that shuffle did not go to plan. This Thresh is drowsy, the Death Sentence not going to quite hit, and Fito might be in a difficult spot here because Shrocklow's walking down as well. Bearded Monkey waiting in the wings. Fito going to have to just flash away though. The Mordekaiser are not afraid to use a Death's Grasp, but isn't going to quite take anyone down just yet. Oppression is poking out this Azir, and we've got to go back to that mid lane fight, Atomica, because Linkazo really didn't go to plan for what he wanted.
No, he almost, I believe he only just about managed to flash the bloody final auto from Oppression. I think Oppression literally managed to flash just out of range so that Oppression couldn't auto, is what I mean by that. Not he tried to flash an auto attack. As Oppression managed to land Sleep Jaw Bubble onto Fronter. But yeah, it was the shuffle missing was not the most criminal part about that. I think it was the fact that he was a quarter HP and tried to stay as the Chains of Corruption land onto Teneri Prime with Killer in the background.
Teneri Prime in a difficult spot though, and a kill's going to go over again to this bot lane, Atomica, and Cyclon Gaming. They're the ones dominating the bot lane again in this early game.
Yeah, the 2v coming back from the 2v2 dive, just Killer managing to recognize this to Teneri Prime. You are, my friend, pushed up. has been
Ah,
a bit of
Bearded
a
Monkey is pushed up again, though. Death Sentence going to land beautifully played. Flay onto Bearded Monkey as well. In comes the piercing arrow, and that will be a kill donated over to Fito. Viego on the board now as well. That is a fantastic kill and really well played. And Killy is showing why he is definitely a threat on this Thresh. And no wonder the Bandit with the Blitzcrank.
I take it back. Apparently, Kille is very good on the Thresh. And is just insane. I take all my criticisms of the Thresh pick back because, yeah, these kills are going exactly on who you want them to as well, which is a big part of these kills. You don't mind 1 or 2 kills going over early game to Thresh. It helps him get his boots, helps him unlock him on the map faster, so you don't really mind him getting 1 or 2 kills early. As you see, he's already bought the Boots of Swiftness and the Kindle Gem for the ability haste. This Thresh now is got to have a big impact on the map. But then we go back to the other kills. The first kill, the first blood, going to the Varus to get him sort of ahead and even in, or at least able to sort of survive the lane, or at least provide something in the lane. Wonderful. And then the third kill, which they got, going straight over to Fito, who is again stronger presence on the map. These kills are now not just impacting the lanes, they're impacting the map as the Death Sentence lands onto I Play You Listen, but no real follow-up. The red buff, I believe, is going to go over to this Xin Zhao. And yeah, Dangerous Game and Cyclone Gaming, it's always these back and forths. You never know who truly is in the lead, because as soon as one team either gets a lead or does a really nice play, the other team responds in tow. And it's
absolutely right. I mean, you hit the nail on the head there. We saw it in the last game specifically. Like when one person falls, the other person falls in the other team, and both teams are really not afraid to just kind of put themselves forward and just kind of show why they're a dominant force in this entire league, really. I mean, top lane's a little bit less fun than the bot lane is. I mean, we see that Sion is just doing Sion things and just kind of surviving any sort of damage. But speaking of damage, that is a lot of damage coming in from Repression. Not even a full item completed yet, Atomica, and that Q from the Zoe, the paddle star, doing so much damage here. But Fito is going to hang in the winds here and just wait for I Play Listen to get the dragon low enough. In comes the Viego, not going to be able to take it away. I Play Listen winning the smite fight here. Viego sitting in the Harrow path, but he's going to be spotted. In comes Killy with another fantastic death sentence, and that will be Teneri Prime going down yet again. Kill going over to Thresh. I Play Listen is going to fall down to Viego though, and Fito gets thrown into the death realm, and Stroklo now getting the passive up, and he's so strong. Fronter doesn't have the sign ult available, can't walk away, but Stroklo's not afraid to flash over the wall here. In comes the Dark Passage to take him away. Stroklo maybe stepping up a little bit too close, going to get dragged in the tower by another fantastic death sentence. And just when you thought that, they looked under the threshold, really Dangerous Game. Cyclone Gaming doing a really good job of bringing that fight back to where they wanted it to be.
Yeah, I mean, that fight just dragged on for so long that it felt like an eternity, right? Like, Strongclave flashing over the wall, I understand it, and I do understand the chase. You're feeling you're feeling the momentum. You're feeling like, yeah, this is our moment to break the game. But no, Cyclone Gaming just bait him in, landed a nice death sentence, landed a nice flay, drag him under tower on this Mordekaiser without the shield, not as tanky as you should be. Falls. But going back to that main fight, Fito almost picking up the kill, and the fight was just so split. Teneri Prime got caught out by a death sentence, instantly put on the defensive on this Ashe, as Fronter looking to potentially find engage, won't find anything, so he's just forced to trap back. But yeah, this Ashe purely on the defensive the entire fight, can't sit there and land auto attacks for free, and instead it's the Varus who's able to pick up on the kills. The Azir as well, though. This Azir is struggling, I think, in these team fights, because I think I was watching him not quite closely, but I was just kept my eye on him because that's all of Cyclone Gaming's damage. And he really struggled to get into that fight, from what I could see. Was spending quite a lot of it far away, because this Zoe, just the amount of oppression that this Zoe has. Yes, I know. I see what I did there.
Yeah,
Names of fresh. I'm really funny. But yeah, the amount of oppression this Zoe is actually giving out, like, it is just suppressing this as it can't walk up, as it has to wait for oppression to use something or use everything before he can even walk up, as Kille.
Yeah, and Kille, it might be in a difficult spot here, though. The wind becomes lightning, going to land, but he hits the blast gun just maybe not far enough to take him away from the rest of Dangerous Game. In comes the box. Not going to be enough to stop them, though. Teneri Prime picking up a kill. And just when you see Herald spawning in 40 seconds, that is not a position that you would want to be in, really, if you are Killy. And it's looking like that Dangerous Game are not out of this game just yet, Atomica, because they're doing their job of picking up the kills. We said at the start, they are quite a good pick comp in a sense, looking to pick up kills where they can and doing just exactly that. And at times when you have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow available, you have the Karma being able to use that Focus Resolve to just lock someone down. The Wind becomes Lightning, becomes a very easy free hit. It kind of becomes exactly what you want to do, really. And in the early game, we didn't see that very much. Post level 6, we're now starting to see that a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the main thing about that pick was the fact that the Zoe wasn't there, which is the main tool. You know, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, it's a main pick tool for Dangerous Game. So as Shroglo is just running down the Scion, please try and move with Rylai's Cryptal Scepter. Lol. As
he pulled him into the Death Realm, though, not afraid to keep fighting him, but Front is just going to walk back under his tower. Scion going to use the Decimating Smash, just push him off, but I mean, it's really nicely played because it now means Frontier can't TP for the Herald, and that'll be Herald, another objective going into Dangerous Game. Shrockler doesn't have Flash available, but he's going to chase down the Scion. Scion falling very, very low. Tower just less than half HP. And I wonder if Shrockler might go for the dive here. In comes the Death Graph, really well played around that Decimating Smash. Knows it locks him in place. Herald is going to maybe be stopped here. Really nicely played by Cyclone Gaming. And that is no charge.
Yeah, no charge from the Herald, zero value from this Herald. But, you know, we're looking at the gold now, and all the gold is just so in the favor of into the bottom.
But incoming of picks and kills. Cyclone Gaming doing exactly what you want Dangerous Game to do, is they're now making picks. Bearded Monkey might not fall just yet, but in comes the Viego. The damage just being so incredible by that Heartbreaker, and it really is breaking the hearts of Dangerous Game. That is just when you thought I'm coming back into this game just a little bit, getting that Herald, but no charge. Cyclone Gaming doing such a good job, and then making the picks exactly where they needed to be. And this bot lane are playing so fantastically well with their jungler.
Yeah, I mean, Fito finds a really nice stun onto Teneri Prime. I'm not sure if Kilea had any real setup in that, but if he did, probably played it fantastically as well. He's been playing this Thresh lane so well. I mean, like, it's hard not to just constantly praise this Thresh. Been playing it so well. Yeah, a couple of death sentences have gone wide, but these Flays, this Glacial Augment pick as well, you just have to praise it. All the complete package performance so far from Kile, and his vision as well has been very well. He's almost doubled the... Well, he's doing what every support should aim for, which is, you know, your vision score is double that of the time of the match. So he's doing really well. Has got that redemption first as well. Like, Kille has just been playing insanely well this game so far. And, well, and he says, as I say that, the death sentence does go wide as they're setting up for the Drake. But a big Drake fight, big Drake setup. This could be sole point for Dangerous Game as Cyclone Gaming look to start up the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of getting to a point where Cyclone Gaming need to start maybe taking a Drake here, but Oppression going to try and land some damage on to the front line. Drowsy is the Scion, but it's not going to be enough to take him down as it looks like iPlayer Listen. Going to try come in. The charge going in. Doesn't smite it away, though. The Viego's now going to win the smite war. In comes the Azir, and the Emperor's Divide. He goes to divide the rest of Dangerous Game. And Cyclone Gaming now doing a lot of damage. Terry Prime going to try and land as many auto attacks as possible, but it's not going to be enough to take down Frontier. And Cyclone Gaming winning that fight.
Yep, a lovely shuffle from the Azir. An absolutely peach perfect shuffle. Picked everyone up that he wanted to. I believe it was the Karma and the Zoe. And also meant that the Xin Zhao just didn't have a way to escape because some soldiers, it looked a little bit funky with the way that the soldiers lined up, but it meant that there was more of a wall for the Xin Zhao to walk around. Gave Fito more time to kill the Xin Zhao. And then we saw the reset start coming in for everyone. Linkazo on this Azir had a little bit of a struggle in the early game. Missed the first shuffle, but it is what it is. He's made up for it now. That shuffle onto the Karma and the Zoe was perfect. It meant that the fight was so split. Teneri Prime and Shroklo had no real way into the fight, and I think they only managed to pick off one from that fight, which was the Thresh, and that was it. But it was a big loss for them, 3 kills to 1, and Cyclone Gaming is slowly building up their lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just got to hope and pray that Cyclone Gaming don't lose as they did in the first series, and just kind of play that mid to late game how you want them to. But with these champions that we're seeing that Cyclone Gaming have picked, as I said, they've got that bit more forgiveness behind their champions. They're able to play a little bit safer. They're able to make picks where they can, and they're doing exactly that, right? We see that Killy's doing a really good job of landing the death sentences exactly where he needs to. And just as I say that, he lands exactly another one. Oppression going to try to do the damage, but the box is going to slow him so much. Arrow now throwing down the ultimate. The Chain of Corruption going to lock down the Zoe in place, and Fito's now on a killing spree. 5-1 on this Viego. And just when you think there's so much damage on this Zia, so much damage on the Varus, the Heartbreaker takes down half of the HP of Zoe almost.
Yeah, I mean, a lovely pick. I mean, this lethality Varus is reaching that point where he's got 2 items now. The Manamune isn't even upgraded as well. It was just so well played from Cyclon Gaming, so patient, and then they snap, engage, they fight, they find Bearded Monkey, lock him up with the box and the slow as the Death Sentence got land onto Shotclaw straight into the train.
Unstoppable Onslaught going to come in. Who will the Atakan go over? Is it going to go to Cyclone Game? Does it go to Dangerous Game? I Play You Listen isn't going to die though just before he smites it away. Heartbreaker going to be using to Mordekai's it. Is going to pick up the kill. I Play You Listen going to fall to the Varus just about. Fito has now taken over Mordekai's body. Can they chase down the rest of Dangerous Game? In comes the Death Grasp over the wall. The hook coming in. Fito now unstoppable. Chain of Corruption going to land on Teneri Prime. Teneri Prime not going to be able to live through that. Front tag just tanking the tower. This Scion is not afraid to just take so much damage. Oppression going to try and land anything possible just to take someone down. But Fronter is just a tank.
Yeah, this Scion, so tanky. I mean, I don't know if you saw that there, but I mean, the Viego got hit with the Sleepy Trouble bubble and actually buffered it with the Heartbreaker, so did not fall asleep in the end. But again, just a wonderful fight from Cyclone Gaming. The shot, we won't talk about the shuffle after I just praised you, Linkazo. We will not talk about that. However, still, just it's just so nice to watch. Like they're fighting these picks and then they're confident. They're moving forward. They're recognizing their damage, their insane damage, and they're taking these picks, which they probably wouldn't have taken in the last game. That I think they were a little bit, hesitant last game. Whereas this game, they've just slapped Kille onto someone that can engage as he gets slapped up and taken down to half HP. But yeah, they've slapped him on someone that can engage. They've slapped on someone that he's confident on, and he's finding these death sentences. In Cyclone Gaming, you can tell the trust is there with each other, because as soon as that hook goes in and Killig follows suit, he decides to go in on the hook as the Wind Becomes Lightning does land, and the Thresh is caught out and killed by Bearded Monkey.
But it looks like Dangerous Game out for it to keep making flicks. The Enchanted Crystal are going to land, and the shutdown being handed over to this Ash. The Wind Become Lightning going to land. The Xin Zhao going to charge the Audacious Charge onto this Varus, and maybe there's still a little bit of hope for Dangerous Game Atomica, because they're making picks. They're using the Enchanted Crystal where they need to. Fito going to land a stun, decimating. Not going to maybe just decimate the Bearded Monkey just yet. But Sleepy Trouble we're going to land onto the Scion, and does that shield ever go away? No. Just blocks everything. Every bit of damage. Oppression just being blocked. Every bit of damage being blocked by this Scion, and it's difficult. But it looks like Dangerous Game are going to look to pick up a dragon. They are 2-1 up on the dragon's feet, or hovering in the wings. Heartbreak available, Flash available. Unstoppable Onslaught going to land into Bearded Monkey. Decimating Smash. Not going to land as Shrockler is in the death realm with Fito. It does mean Dragon will be handed over to Dangerous Game. Shrockler going to die for it, but Dangerous Game do not care. That's another dragon in their back pocket, and they're trying everything possible to bring themselves back into this game.
Yeah, very well played by Dangerous Game. I mean, they sacrificed the Mordekaiser, but that's probably who you're willing to sacrifice at this point. Everyone else manages to escape. Cyclone Gaming only pick up 1 kill for the loss of the Drake. Now it's Soul Point. The death sentence goes wild. As Fito now is going to potentially be caught. Oh, the entire Crystal onto his head.
Crystal's going to land. He's stunned for so long, but just they can't walk up just yet. Can't start a Dangerous Game. They're not able to just get any damage possible, and it looks like that Dangerous Game are going to play a little bit safely at times, and it seems almost they're just waiting for that. Anytime that the Crystal Arrow's up, they're just trying to use it, Atomica. Yeah,
and that's exactly how it should be. It should be being spammed off cooldown. realistically, because that's what the whole point of the composition is for the side of Dangerous Game, is to try and find someone with that Sleepy Trouble Bubble or that Enchanted Crystal Arrow and use that to find a pick to then set up for a 4v5. It was the same sort of style of composition as what they went with the last game. So Dangerous Game, unfortunately, don't have the excuse that, oh, we're just trying this composition, because game number one, it was sort of the same, but it was just with different champions. Whereas this game, it's a lot more. Whereas this game now, it's a lot more of a difficult position for them to be in, and they really need to just band together, find these picks, find this Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and just kind of hope and pray and be like, oh, is this enough? Probably not for now, but as those picks start stacking up, as the gold starts getting into their pocket, it's gonna start feeling good. It's gonna start feeling beneficial for them.
Yeah, 100%. And the Dragon will be up in 3 minutes. Baron now available. I do think we'll probably see Cyclon Gaming just putting a little bit extra pressure on. They know they're the dominant force. They know they're the stronger team. I mean, there's a 6k gold lead almost in this kind of game, really. And I think if we look at the goal between the champions, we'll probably see that the likelihood is this Azir and this Viego are so far ahead. But we'll wait on a second, because Strockler is just going to fight front to front, is not afraid to just withstand any damage. But just as I talk about damage, Bearded Monkey going to fall again. Killy doing a really good job. Throws the Dark Passage down. Death Sentence lands, and down goes the Karma. And that just means it's great setup now for the side of Cyclone Gaming to look to take this Drake. iPlayListen sitting on a ward. Killy going to try land a Death Sentence, but iPlayListen knows exactly what's happening. And Vito's going to start up this Baron. Varus is here. Azir is coming round. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to land onto Killy. Oppression going to throw down the Paddle Star. Killy not going to die just yet. A Redemption going down though. In comes the Xin Zhao using the Crescent Guard. But Oppression's now going to fall. Azir coming in, uses the ultimate, try to jump away, but Fito's now godlike. Down goes the Xin Zhao. Linker's now on a killing spree as well. Cineri Prime trying to walk away. The Death Realm going to throw it to Fito. Fito does a lot of damage, but you're not enough for this Mordecai. The Shockler picking up a kill, just getting one back for the side of Dangerous Game. And Cyclone Gaming, the walk away with 2, and Dangerous Game walk away with 1.
Yeah, well, so that was such a nice pick, like you picked out onto Bearded Monkey, just devolved into this cesspool of just multiple different fights from multiple different angles. You saw Oppression and Linkaza having a small little 1v1 just on the north side of the fight. And then in the main body of the fight, you know, you had iPlayListen and Teneri Prime with Shrocklo trying to figure out how to fight into Cyclone Gaming. However, Cyclone Gaming did give over a 1,000 gold shutdown to the Mordekaiser, which is not who you want to be giving over 1,000 gold shutdown to. This Mordekaiser can very scarily, very quickly as well, become very tanky. And that is going to be an issue that they're going to have to deal with if this keeps up, will Cyclone Gaming. However, for the side of Dangerous Game, it's exactly what you want to see. Your members that were not fed, or members that that believe you could look to play towards, especially with Mordekaiser and the isolated and the isolation chamber, you know, the how you got sent to Brazil, as Ara's just sniped.
Oh my god, Ara goes down instantly. Looks like Baron will go over to Cyclone Gaming. It's an absolute massacre in the fight. Shrockwell going to have to walk away now. Bearded Monkey in trouble. And iPlayList is going to fall down as well, as this Viego does so much damage. But he's going to fall to the Mordecai. The Shrockwell picking up a kill. And he's 3 for 2. Dangerous Game coming back into this game. Atomicus. Linkazer's going to have to walk away. Oppression doing so much damage. Fronter, you can't tank everything when you're in the Death Realm. The Death Grasp going to land and Fronter's going to fall down. This Mordekaiser picks up another kill. Schrockler going to keep fighting, keep going. And my lord, Atomica, what just happened?
I have absolutely no idea, but all I know is that Oppression is the MVP of that fight, no matter what anyone says. Linkazo was doing so much damage, but Oppression finding the pick onto Ara meant that now it was just the Azir to deal the damage. And when you can focus all your resources on trying to hit this Azir, then the Azir's efficiency goes lower because he's having to focus on positioning rather than actually dealing out the damage or his Sand Soldier placement. So it was a wonderful pick by Oppression at the start. And then I think it was just really poor target selection from the side of Dangerous Game that made that fight a lot closer than what it should have been, as both teams posture for the Drake. It's going down to 6k and the TP's coming in.
The TP is coming in indeed. Will we see an absolute massacre of a fight again? I play Alyssa. I'm going to try just get around the dragon, but going to be taken down so quickly. Doesn't even have time to use the crescent guard. Feet are going to take him down. Dragon being handed over. 3-2 on the Drakes now. And Cyclone Gaming going to chase down the rest of Dangerous Game. Going to have to walk away here. This mid tower looks up for grabs. Oppression going to maybe just meet Ara in the mid lane. Uses the ultimate, but it's just a little bit too late as Fito takes him down. They read him like a book, and Cyclone Gaming might just look to end this game here, looking to push in these mid towers. Wave is now coming in, and Dangerous Game just throw it away at the last second, just when you see them coming back into this game, Atomica, and looks like Cyclone Gaming are maybe going to bring a game back here.
Yep, that indeed they are. They're looking very much like on the road to, as we're seeing the Unstoppable Onslaught onto the backline as the shuffle's going to land.
Comes the shuffle. You're absolutely right. Schrockler doing all he can to take down Fito. And unfortunately, we get the spectator bug. But I think we know where this game ended, don't we? It looks like Cyclone...
No, come on. They make the big comeback. Come on. That's why it's ended so soon.
Yeah, it looks like we do see that happen, unfortunately. It looks like the league bug is a thing in this patch, unfortunately. But... we do know that Cyclone Gaming did pick up the win there, and we wanted them to really assert dominance in this game. We wanted them to really show something in this series, and we said it'd be a banger from the start. We know me and Atomica only cast bangers, and we were right.
True, yep, indeed we do. But must have to give massive credits to Linkazo. A massive step up from game number one. Game number one, he felt a little bit too passive on that Victor. Felt a little too sort of, he wasn't there. He wasn't. He had a couple of fights where he had quite a big impact, but it wasn't as strong as This Is It. This Is It had some very nice shuffles, was dealing out some incredulous amounts of damage, and just it felt overall This Is It had a stronger impact than the Victor, but as well Fito as well, just on that Viego, 12, 3, and 7, massive shout out to him. It was such a performance on this Viego. And maybe his comfort is these carry junglers and not the facilitators. Not like these facilitated junglers.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see if Cyclone Gaming can bring this back, reverse sweep this series. Don't go anywhere because this last game is going to be a banger. Welcome back to hopefully another banger Game 3. Game 1 and Game 2 were absolutely fantastic. I promised you a banger, and that's exactly what you got. Unfortunately, Atomic had to leave, but we are joined by the wonderful Final Tilt, who has joined us today to cover for Game 3 in the next series. Welcome, Tilt.
Thank you ever so much for having me. This has been absolutely amazing. I watched game 1, I watched game 2 of this series. I am so stoked that I am going to get to cast the game 3 of this series with you, Hampy. Honestly, it's so good to be here.
Honestly, it's a pleasure to have you, mate, and we're absolutely buzzing to see what happens because both teams really showing why they're an absolute force to be reckoned with in this league. I mean, dangerous game. Game 1, pull something amazing, and then Cyclon Gaming pull it right back just when you don't expect it. But we'll go straight into the bans in Game 3. Both teams now starting. Looks like Akali and Lily are going to be banned away from Dangerous Game. Similar sort of bans for Dangerous Game, taken away from Cyclon Gaming, taken away the Elise, taken away the Yanara, and the final ban for Cyclon Gaming will be the Nico. What are your thoughts on the ban so far, Till?
It looks like they don't want to deal with burst to Cyclone Gaming, which makes me think that they're looking to maybe go something a little bit more squishy, maybe a little bit burst themselves, maybe even just the scaling. I mean, we do see the Hui being picked up here on B1, so maybe that scaling option is what Cyclone Gaming are looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they opted for in the last game, right? I mean, we saw it in Game 1. They kind of got the advantage in the early game, fell a little bit short in the mid to late game. Dangerous Game just scaled very, very well. I mean, this is a pick I did not expect to see come through, but that is a Vel'Koz being locked on R1 for Dangerous Game. I mean, I can't comment if any of them are maybe hoping to be a Vel'Koz one trick. I mean, we don't know, but I mean, it's an interesting pick, Tilt. I can't lie.
It definitely is an interesting pick, and you've got to remember as well that this Vel'Koz could be flexed into that support role as well. Like, I'm expecting this to potentially be for the mid lane, but there's no saying that it can't be in the support, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you're absolutely right. It could be the flex pick into support, but it could also be the mid lane as well, and that's the benefit of it, as you said, Till. And we'll see the ADCs now being locked in as well. Caitlyn going to be handed over to Dangerous Game, really opting for that extra range, really trying to play a little bit safer, just as Cyclone Gaming did in the last game. Just as I speak about slightly more safer champions, looking for scaling, as you mentioned earlier on. Cyclone Gaming going to lock in the Sivir. Now, that is really nicely be able to be paired with a Hui. When you get the movement speed off the E from the Hui, then it kind of gives you the advantage of Sivir being able to just pop an ultimate and pair that with the exact jungler you want to pair with the Mundo. I mean, I'm hoping it's jungle because Mundo jungle is really strong. We saw Rona play it in Worlds. I mean, let's hope he's not first time in it on Cyclone Gaming. We best pray. But, you know, it works.
It absolutely does, and seeing the Mundo and the Sivir here, as you said, definitely solidifies the fact that they want to go for that scaling option on Cyclone Gaming. The only thing that I think is a worry here is that will Cyclone Gaming be able to actually survive the game going on for as long as like 30 to 40 minutes when when Dangerous Game have got Vel'Koz, Caitlyn, and Trundle who all want to fight you, all want to do serious amounts of damage. Like if you can't survive the early, then this scaling option that you're picking with Cyclone Gaming is going to be non-existent.
Yeah, 100%. And it's going to be interesting to see what they kind of finish off these drafts, how they round out their compositions. We do see the Blitzcrank being banned away again from Cyclone Gaming. We saw how good people can be on these hook champions, for specifically Killy, really. I mean, the Thresh was so important to just their entire composition, so important to winning that game, that it really showed that maybe these are champions you need to ban away from Killy. These sort of kind of playmaking champions. But speaking of bans, again, we do see Cyclon Gaming banning away that Gwen, maybe looking to take away the Tank Buster. You're locking a Mundo, you don't really want a Gwen on the opposing team, becomes a little bit difficult to deal with. We'll see a final ban coming in for Dangerous Game, and that will be a Lulu being banned away, especially paired with the Sivir. Makes really good sense. And a Yorick being banned away, which is quite an interesting ban here, Till.
It really is, but I think what Cyclone Gaming are kind of worried about here is that so far they've got, Dangerous Game have already drafted 3 champions that can do some serious damage. Having the Yorick potentially on R4 or R5, it would just solidify the fact that Yorick, if things go really pear-shaped, you can just slap that Yorick in a sideline. Oh my word! Please tell me this is going to happen. Is this actually going to be a Nautilus support?
It might be, I don't know. For anyone that doesn't know, Tilt is practically a 0-1 trick. So the man is very happy to see this happen.
I really like the Nautilus here, especially into Caitlyn, especially into Seraphine. We're not going to get it. It is the Pike, but it's still a hook champion. Still works really well because that Seraphine is going to want to step up to use their abilities, as is the Vel'Koz. So it's just going to be a free hook for the Pike. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially considering with the way that Cyclone Gaming wanted to draft in order to scale with the first 3 champions, they do draft that Pike and that Neferi for that early game damage as well, just so that they don't kind of fall behind in that early damage. They do have 2 champions there that can really kind of pump out some damage as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, we'll see the final champion being locked in for Cyclone Gaming. It will be the Neferi. Now, Neferi, arguably the strongest AD mid laner in the game right now. Can be flexed into the jungle, but the likelihood it is will be the Neferi in the mid lane. Super strong right now. We'll see another AD champion being locked in for Dangerous Game here, and that will be a Camille as well. So just when maybe they wanted to kind of force away that Tank Buster, it looks like it will be locked in, so it's going to be interesting to see. But I mean, it could be in a Fairy top, it could be a Mundo. I think, to be honest, it looks like it probably Hui mid, and then or Hui support. I'm not really sure. There's multiple flexes on Cyclone Gaming's team.
There absolutely is, and just looking at Dangerous Games team, their draft that they have, it does look very team fighty. But what you have to remember as well is they also have really good single target damage. Like you've got that Hex Tech ultimatum from the Camille, and then you layer over the disintegration ray from the Vel'Koz as well, and then you just pile on top all of Caitlyn's damage. Like, Dangerous Games draft can just do everything. So if they get a really good early game here, I reckon they might just be able to snowball the game with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they operate this comps. I mean, we've seen that Cyclone Gaming can play that little bit more scaling competition, which is kind of what they've gone for here a little bit. I mean, the Neferi does a very good job of kind of just dashing in, but then also that have very much picked that composition that just wants to chase people down. The Call of the Pack, one of those that can dive on. Pike being able to use the Ghost Water dive to just get close to his enemies. And then also Mundo. We know Mundo kind of just runs through people. You pair that with On the Hunt from the Sivir, and it's going to be really, really difficult for Dangerous Game to kind of walk away here, especially if they don't have anything available, especially if they don't have the Seraphine's Encore available to walk away here. But as I say that, on the flip side, Dangerous Game have a composition that can kind of keep them at bay. And you touched on it yourself, Till, and they've kind of got that comp where the Seraphine is very, very good at, yes, we'll need to walk up, but also does a really good job of throwing out the beat drop, throwing out the high note, just to kind of poke away. And then you pair that with a Vel'Koz, which can throw down that life form disintegration ray. The plasma fission can just be used constantly as a poke in the mid to late game. And I think it will really come down to who ultimately operates their comps better in these team fights around objectives.
100%, and you just touched on it as well. Like Mundo does go where he pleases at the end of the day. We all, we all know that. And both teams here have really good engage, but they also have like really good disengage as well. You've got them, as you said, the movement speed from the Hui. You've got Siva's ultimate for extra movement speed. Again, with dangerous games abilities as well. Like, it really is just going to be so evenly matched. I am a little bit worried about how strong this Mundo could potentially get, especially if he does go where he pleases and does get pick up some kills and is really that menace on the map that we know that he can be. Just looking at this though, it does look like it could potentially be a Mundo top lane from what we're seeing.
I mean, the Neferi in the jungle is something that makes a lot more sense than the Neferi in the top lane. I mean, Fronter did a very good job of playing a Sign in the last game, did a really good job of playing that tank. And, if he's comfortable on that, don't take it away from him. And on another point as well, Atomica mentioned it as well, that Fito did a very good job of playing those carry champions rather than a facilitator. Neferi is exactly that. We saw how dominant he was in the Diego. Can he be just as dominant on the Neferi as well? I guess that's one to see. But the side of dangerous game, relatively obvious where it's going to go. The Velka's in the mid lane and the Seraphim will be support, and then obviously the Trundle in the jungle. But I am quite interested to see how this early game plays out, especially level 1. I mean, with a Pyke, you often see invades. Do you reckon we'll get an invade here, Tilt?
I feel like Cyclone Gaming's early damage is strong. I just don't think it's as strong as Dangerous Games. I mean, you've got the Trundle, you got the Camille, you got Caitlyn if she builds up that passive for the headshot. I think because of it being game free, and let's face it, right? Both of these teams haven't lost a single series so far. In this particular split. So I think we might just get the standard line of scrimmage. We might just see both teams hovering entrances to the jungle, neither side wanting to invade to give, either side that early advantage, because either draft here could really do with having that early advantage and then just snowball that lead.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I really think both sides will be looking for that early advantage, and that's where really these early objectives will really make a difference. And we saw in Game 2 and Game 1 that maybe they're not afraid to sometimes swap around the lanes to prioritise these objectives. Cyclone Gaming did exactly that in Game 1 with the Braum, put the Braum in the top lane, and kind of just went for the grubs as opposed to the Drake, and were happy to give it up to Dangerous Game in the early game. But there has been multiple times throughout this entire series where Dangerous Game have kind of been the more dominant force in the objectives. They've done a very, very good job at just taking the Drakes when they needed to be and being in the correct setup for it. Even when they were behind in Game 2, we saw that they were, for quite a lot of the game, a little bit ahead. And in terms of objectives anyway, in terms of the Dragons. So I do wonder if Cyclone Gaming will look to maybe try play this game a little bit more differently, and will look to try for that setup, try and make a pick, especially with the Pyke on your team, or whether they'll just play it a little bit safer and let Sivir scale. Because for me, the Sivir wants to, sit back, scale a little bit more, but the Pyke's super aggro, right? So is this Pyke secretly going to be looking to play for his jungler more?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I was literally just thinking about this. Exactly what you said about Sivir. She wants the game to go 30-40 minutes, right? In order for those items to really come online, in order for that damage to really start ramping up. What I would really like to see is this Pyke linking up with the jungle and just being that menace around the map. so that we see the pike roaming, we see the Neferi roaming, and instantly as soon as we get into the game, we do get the technical pause.
Yeah.
So
Apparently it's a mic DC, but I mean I want to touch on one thing, and that's when I said at the start of the game we don't know how the players can operate these champions so much, but we do know that Oppression is a proficient Vel'Koz player, has nearly 300,000 mastery points on it, knows the angles, knows how to operate this champion. But on the flip side, Linkazo also someone who has played a hell of a lot of this way. And it's going to be difficult if Vel'Koz pokes out this way and Hui can't necessarily kind of force himself upon the enemy mid laner. It's kind of a battle of who's the better player here, I fear.
Yeah. No, 100%. And I'm just looking at runes as well right now, and I'm seeing Hail Blades on Pike. Now, whilst necessarily this isn't a bad rune for Pike, the thing is, right, you kind of want your Pike just to be throwing out those bone skewers, following up with that E to get that extra stun, and then potentially getting the R down. You don't really want him auto attacking too much. So I mean, if it was me, I know this is going to probably annoy quite a lot of people, but if this was me and I was going Pike here, I would probably be looking at more of a Dark Harvest style of build just to get that extra little bit of damage down. But it is, as you were saying about the players on their, with their masteries on the champions that they're piloting for this particular game. Interestingly, that we are getting the standard line of scrimmage from Cyclone Gaming, but Dangerous Game are just being that little bit cautious. They have got those 3 members sat in that bush.
I mean, we saw it game 1. I play Listen fell for that exact trick, and it looks like Dangerous Game are trying to force their own trick upon him and trying to do it, but Cyclone Gaming aren't going to fall for that. I think they're very much aware of that. I mean, Atomica touched it in game 1. It's a very common thing to try to get a ward in the enemy jungle, see if you can spot the path in. But I don't think they're going to look for the forcing early and try to just get that. Cyclone Gaming, though, one thing to note is that this bot lane has sat very prominently in the furthest brush, and Teneri Prime and Bearded Monkey are going to have to be very, very careful here, because with this Pike hook available and the Ignite available too, pardon me, it will be very difficult to try win this level 1, and we'll see any moment here. The ping's going down, missing. Teneri Prime Pen a little bit safer, going to nicely play behind the minions. Ara and Killy are just going to know that they need to be cautious here. They can't force their way in, and Bearded Monkey and Teneri Prime are just going to have to walk away here. But already, we're seeing Cyclone Gaming trying to be the aggressor here early game tilt.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I really loved that potential early play from the Pike and Siva of Kille and Ara. If they had managed to be able to do something there, that would have set them up for success in that early game so well.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's going to be quite oppressive here in this bot lane. But speaking of oppression, in comes Bearded Monkey, but it just gets hooked. The Ignite going to go down. Arrow getting 3 auto attacks. In comes the Boomerang. Killer going to flash in. Just going to use the Halo Blades. In comes another hook. E is not available just yet. Phantom Undertone not going to be just up, just to stun this Caitlyn in place. Teneri Prime going to have to play safely behind his minions now, but Killy not available to walk up again. Tries to throw out the hook, lands it, the Bone Skewer again landing, and my oh my, Killy really is a very good hook champion player.
No, absolutely, and we, as I was saying about the Hail of Blades Pike earlier, that is just showing how good Hail of Blades Pike can actually be, and with how aggressive they were playing with that Bone Skewer hitting the Seraphine as well. That's exactly how Ara is going to want their support to play, is to be that nuisance and getting that chunk damage down onto Bearded Monkey and Teneri Prime, so that they have to play a lot more safer and not be able to walk up to it. So they do, so hopefully they lose out on that XP and that gold.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we're going to see a lot of that this game is kind of Cyclone gaming, being the aggression in the early game and trying to be that dominant force. But it looks like Linkasa doesn't quite have that option just yet. Vel'Koz a very much heavily pushed champion, especially if you're kind of throwing in the ability to just kind of push the lane where you need it to be. Fito going to pick up the Scuttle Crab on the top side. Both teams will have a Scuttle Crab available, but iPlayerListen's going to be sitting on a ward here. Linkasa knows he's there, just going to throw out the disaster, stop him from trying to maybe make a play here. And looks like both junglers are playing it a little bit safer in this early game tilt.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think I think they kind of have to. I think they have to kind of respect each other just that little bit. Obviously, they are probably going to know where each other are. You know, they're going to have those voice comms from their teammates on both teams. You know, basically saying and telling each other where they think those junglers are. As I said, because this is such a high stakes game. This is a reputational game. For both of these teams.
Absolutely.
This is whichever team loses this game takes the first loss out of these two teams in these standings.
Yeah, 100%. And it really does kind of show who's the better team. But iPlayerList are going to try and make something happen here. Uses the pillar, but the Mundo passive is going to use it, walk away. But in comes Shocklo, uses that hook shot. The Precision Protocol going to land as well. And that will be first kill for Dangerous Game, going onto the Camille this time. So it looks like they're looking to play a little bit aggressive in this bot lane again, though, because Cyclone Gaming, Killer going to land another Bone Skewer, but not opting to follow up this time. But we need to comment on that top lane gank because it was really nicely played. Shocklo waiting his turn to just throw out that hook shot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think having I Play You Listen throw out that pillar in order to get rid of that spell shield first, in order for Shocklo to basically hit that hook shot and manage to get that stun in order to be able to secure that kill. The thing is, with Mundo, he's probably going to be looking at getting either Warmogs or potentially even Heartsteel first. And at the end of the day, those items aren't cheap. So if you can put the Mundo further and further behind, he's gonna really struggle to start getting those items. So we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we can already see there's a gold lead in the top lane. It's 600 gold extra for Shocklo. I mean, that second amount of damage from the Q does a lot of damage. The hook shot going out, though, is going to actually proc the Hextech Ultimatum, but it's not going to be able to take down Fronter, as Fito is now in the top lane to try pick another kill, and that is revenge in this top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And literally, just as I was saying about, you want to try and deny this Mundo as much gold as he can possibly get. And then Fito comes along, gets that gank after, I Play You Listen, and manages to get one back. While Fronter doesn't get the kill, he does get an assist. So he is going to get a little bit of extra gold. That he wouldn't have already have had in the first place.
Yeah, 100%. And I really think that we said it earlier in this series is that just when you see one player fall for Cyclone Game and one player falls for Dangerous Game as well, both teams are just constantly going back and forth, back and forth. It's a game of pinball. Both teams are going to throw their bot laners into this top side, looking to maybe look for those early grubs. 24 seconds on the clock till they spawn. I Play Listen is hovering around that, but Neferi's in the bot side, so maybe Cyclone Gaming aren't afraid to give this up. That said, however, the first Drake did go over to Dangerous Game. We said earlier how they can really play well around these dragons and these early objectives, and they're looking to do exactly that. They're getting vision in the top side of the enemy jungle, and they know that this grub is theirs for the taking. Neferi in the bot side.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is kind of one neutral objective that you don't really want a draft with Mundo realistically getting. As the meme kind of goes at the moment, you just want to push as a Mundo. And, having the Void Grubs... Oh, fight.
There's a fight though happening because I play listen just walking in. Nefiri not gonna be able to take down I play listen. I play listen gonna pick up a kill it in a difficult spot. Is gonna use the W to walk away. It's a double kill for this Caitlyn though, and Dangerous Game opting to play around these grubs, and it's paying off because Cyclon Gaming tried to fight and didn't quite have the facility to do so.
No, absolutely, and that that went really, really well for Dangerous Game, and this is kind of the thing that I was a little bit worried about, right? When we were in when draft was happening, whilst game one and game two, one team got a lead, and then it yo-yoed back to being neutral, and then Cyclone got the lead back. The problem here is that while Cyclone Game have picked this scaling comp, if they fall behind, whilst there's not much of a gold difference right now, if Dangerous Game can snowball this small lead that they've got now, this is going to be really, really hard for Cyclone Game to really kind of get back into this game, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, you talk about the scaling for Cyclone Gaming, but there's also a lot of scaling on the side of Dangerous Game. This Camille can become a real problem. We've seen how dominant Camille can be, can pretty much melt a tank, especially with that true damage, especially from the Precision Protocol as well, which does so much damage. And then also, Sivia's not necessarily a champion that has a lot of escapability. If that On the Hunt isn't available, the Spell Shield's procced already, that's a free Hextech ultimatum. And it becomes really difficult for the Sivir to escape then. Killy's going to walk up, however, throw the Bone Skewer out. It's going to land into Bearded Monkey. Bearded Monkey going to throw out the Encore. In comes the Nefiri. The dog is on the board again. The call of the pack going to land, and Bearded Monkey falls down. And this is a Nefiri with 2 kills now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just very much, okay, Oppression.
That came out of nowhere. I said the Oppression is a very proficient Vel'Koz player, and he proved exactly that, taking down Linkazo. Linkazo known to be a dominant force in this way, but Oppression's really showing why he might just be a force to be reckoned with on a Vel'Koz.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were touching on it kind of as this game was starting, Oppression does have a lot more kind of those mastery points on the Vel'Koz than Linkazo does on that Hui. So I imagine that Oppression has probably played this matchup a few more times than Linkazo has on the Hui versus Vel'Koz. So I imagine that Oppression, because obviously he's played that matchup a few more times, knows what he can get away with.
I mean, it's not necessarily a matchup you see very often, right? Not in the current state of the meta anyway. I mean, it becomes quite difficult to play around a Vel'Koz, especially if you're used to playing around it as well. But, I mean, commonly we don't really see a Vel'Koz in... really just in general. I mean, unless this guy had just been watching Azap, the Vel'Koz one trick, but we never know. It might be his favourite streamer for all we know. I play Listen is going to walk up into the enemy jungle though, just try to get a little bit of pressure, a little bit of vision, just force Cyclone Gaming away from this dragon. Gonna look for another Drake again. They're really looking to try pick up the second Drake here, but they don't quite have the move yet though, Cyclone Gaming. Pyke is gonna try get vision where he can, but there's no mid lane way for either team yet. No priority in the bot lane, no priority in the mid lane, and it looks like they are just gonna have to hand over the dragon here again. That'll be the second Drake going over to Dangerous Game, and it's looking like the game might be slightly pulling away just ever so slightly from Cyclone Gaming, and you got to think, Tilt, they might just need a big team fight soon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what Vito did there was the correct play, going up into that top side of the jungle, in order to, just get some farm up. By the time the Dangerous Game had actually started up the dragon, there was, they had no pressure, they had no priority in the lanes. I think the only, I think the only kind of thing about this was if Vito sorry, not if Vito, if Shroclo had been pushing up, and pushing into Fronter's tower, then maybe Vito would have been looking for.
Hang on a minute though, Tub, because they're fighting the bot lane. Killy landed another hook. The Encore going to throw down, and Killy's going to fall so quickly. Can Ara pick up the kill? Does pick up the kill into Bearded Monkey, but Ara's in a difficult position now. Maybe as Toneri Prime's going to throw down everything. Ace in the hole going to land, but in comes Fronter, the perfect TP to block it away, and it's a 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's really good reactions from Ara as well to get that spell shield onto the Caitlyn net as well, so that they basically didn't get that extra damage from it either. But looks like we're gonna get a race for the top tier one and the bot tier one here as well. It looks like Cyclone are gonna get it.
Yeah, no, Dangerous
no,
just getting away, and that
Dangerous
is the power
Game
of
got the first tower.
That is the power of the troll, that is the power of the club, the power of the bite. And just when you think you can take first tower, you've got a Camille on the trundle, I'm sorry, you're not going to win that race. And I think Cyclone Gaming just maybe just witness that live themselves. iPlaylist are going to take away the blue buff here, and Killy's going to look for a picker, and Bearded Monkey might be in a soft spot here. Bone Skewer going to land. The Pike going to throw out the Phantom Undertow. Isn't going to land, but on the hunt goes out Fito. He's going to dive on the tower. He's going to be forced to move away now, but Fito uses it again, dives straight back in. He might be now dead though, accepts his death as Toneri Prime's now on a killing spree, and it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And this game is still so very close. I mean, you look at the kills, you look at the goals that the individual players of Dangerous Game actually have, but then you look at the top and you're like, it's only a K.5 gold lead that they have right now. Anything could happen. Like one really good team fight from Cyclone Gaming, and this game pretty much goes back to being neutral. Like anything that would have happened previously is pretty much out the window. Ooh.
Fronter, he's just going to walk away. The Mundo passive blocking everything possible, and infuriating champ. TP coming into the top side though. Linkazo has come to provide an assist, and it looks like the rest of Dangerous Game are going to collapse on the top side though. Fronter's going to walk down this Trundle. Trundle not going to be able to move away just yet. In comes Killer, instantly proccing the death from below, just to try get a little bit closer. Tried to proc the Phantom Undertow and just land it as he uses the death from below to just jump over the wall. But it looks like Cyclone Gaming are going to start up this Rift Herald. Linkards are going to have to flash away as the hook chop doesn't quite land just yet. But that is a lot of damage from quite Spiraling Despair. Going to land onto Shroclo. Shroclo falling so low, but Hextech Ultimatum going to be thrown down. But Linkarzo doesn't care because in comes the kill on the hunt down on the top side. Fito diving in on the iPlay You Listen. And this troll is going down.
Literally, just as I was saying it, like all they needed was effectively one good team fight, and it puts the game back into a neutral state. Anything that has happened before these 16.5 minutes has effectively just been nullified.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've just seen Oppression there try landing the Life-Form Disintegration round to this Mundo, but Mundo tanked every single little bit of it. He does not care. Toneri Prime using the Ace in the Hole. A hook coming in from Killer again. Onto Bearded Monkey. Yet again, Linkazo picking up over Gill. Herald is falling so low, and it will be handed over to Neferi. Fito going to pick it up as they chase down Ara. Ara just flashing over the wall. He's going to take down Toneri Prime, but he's low himself. Velkos can't land everything just yet. Flash over the wall. Beautifully played. Ara falls down, and Oppression with a fantastic flash. iPlaylist going to land the pillar. Hook shot coming in off the pillar. Fronter's now so low. Ignite coming down. Oppression's still alive. Kelly falling so low. And Oppression, oh my lord, you might just be Azap in disguise.
What did we just watch? Holy moly, this was absolutely crazy. And after everything that's just happened, the game is still equal, but it does look like Dangerous Game are going to be looking to take that soul point, put themselves onto soul point. The Rift Herald does get used in the mid lane to create that extra point of pressure. Dangerous Game, are they walking off of it? They know that the Neferi's on the other side of the wall.
Looking to maybe play around this Neferi, hoping he can't dash over the wall. Feet just going to maybe leave that alone. I think that's probably the smart decision there. But that does put them on soul point. And hang on a minute, because it's been a fight, and Caitlyn's died, but Pike's died as well. It's a 1-for-1, and it looks like Dangerous Game aren't finished with fighting just yet. Fito are going to try and land as much damage as possible into iPlayer. Listen, this Vel'Koz is doing so much damage, doing such a fantastic job of landing poke down, and it's really difficult to play around these plasma fissions and these tectonic disruptions because doing such a good job of finding the angles correctly. And just when you think that Cyclone Gaming can walk up, Oppression says no.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Cyclone Gaming do still have that gold lead, but obviously, what we've just watched is that Dangerous Game are now on that soul point, and it is the Cloud Soul as well. So really, really powerful Dragon Soul here. Like, if Dangerous Game can get the soul, like there's going to be no escaping them. Like, you've got the hook shot from Shrocklow, you've got the extra movement speed coming from Bearded Monkey as well. Like, Dangerous Game are just going to run at you if they get this Cloud Soul.
Yeah, 100%. And I really think it's going to be quite difficult for Cyclone Gaming to operate, especially if Dangerous Game do get this Cloud Soul on a champion like the Camille, on a champion like the Trundle. It's going to be very, very difficult to try play this game properly. But we'll see what happens. Drake not up for another 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Team's just now looking to play a little bit safer. This Sivir is nearly 2 items. That's the point when we see the Sivir finally come into the game, do the damage we want the Sivir to do. Arroween, not a very proficient player on the ADC, does a very good job of playing it safely. And I think we'll see the game start to turn as the Sivir gets a little bit more powerful.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, realistically, Oppression?
Oppression is going to fall though. Linkazo's on a killing spree. In comes the pillar though. Fito is going to use the Hound's Pursuit to try dive away and does exactly that. Really nicely dodge. Then uses the On the Hunt to take him down. On the Hunt uses the Call of the Pack to take him down. And Atakan is now up and available. And there's no jungler for Dangerous Game now. Cyclone Gaming know that it's a free chance. Bearded Monkey's going to throw a ward down, but I don't think they can quite contest just yet. Camille is on their way, trying to do anything possible to force them off this Atakan, such an important objective. Killy's going to try and make it work though. Teneri Prime did a really good job of sidestepping, but in comes the rest of Cyclone Gaming. Hound's Pursuit being used yet again to dodge absolutely everything. Fito doing such a good job. Dives back in again. Call on the Pack resets. Shrocklow landing the Hextech Ultimatum, and Fito just will not die.
No, and Fito did so well to survive that. And I just want to talk about something real quick, just whilst about that fight that just happened. Fronter just walked, I'm fairly certain, just walked all the way from basically top lane in order to get to that fight, in order to, and even when they got there, they walked the longer way around so that they could come from the back, so they could come from the red side of the map in order to block the escape from any remaining players from Dangerous Game. And in terms of how this game is going, this is exactly what Cyclone Gaming actually really want. Like, the game is going backwards and forwards so much, this game could potentially go on for 30 to 40 minutes, which with the scaling team that Cyclone Gaming have, it will be really good for them. I mean, Dangerous Game do have some strong champions that can scale, but I'll be honest with you, I think Cyclone Gaming has a better scaling draft than Dangerous Game themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and one person I need to point out and give credit to is Fito. Fito's doing a really good job of operating these carry champions. We saw it in the last game with the Viego. We're now seeing it yet again with this Neferi. Doing such a good job of using the Hound's Pursuit to avoid any sort of damage as unit becomes untargetable for that split second, but that split second can really make a difference. Killy going to try land a Bone Skewer onto iPlayer. Listen, uses the Phantom Undertow to try stun him in place, but can't just follow up on that just yet because they know how strong Dangerous Game can be when they actually clump together. But Cyclone Gaming a little bit split now. Atakan is still up and available, not taking it just yet, but it looks like Cyclone Gaming are going to look for a fight in the middle lane. In comes the Neferi. The dog does such a good job. Avoids the Encore. Fito again. That Hound's Pursuit has been his best friend in this fight. iPlaylist are going to have to flash out away from the Phantom Undertow, stunning him in place. And oh my lord, it was beautifully played by Fito.
Absolutely, but look at the health bars on Dangerous Game. Like they're gonna really struggle to walk in to kind of contest for this Atacon. I mean, at the end of the day, looks like Cyclone Gaming are just gonna go for the dragon, take away that soul away from Dangerous Game. Looks like we are gonna get a fight for this.
Doesn't have flashing though. In comes the Neferi taking away the smite. Encore not available. In comes the ace in the hole. Helm's Pursuit going to be used yet again to avoid yet another ultimate. Oppression going to throw down the Void Rift and the Disruption. In comes Lifeform Disintegration Ray, but not going to take anyone down, not disintegrate anyone just yet. Fito doesn't quite have Call of the Pack available to dive back in just yet. Atakan is up and available as well. Dangerous Game know that the rest of Cyclone Gaming have to back, but they have to back themselves. This Trundle is quite low, not able to fight just yet. Shrocklo and Oppression trying to get some sort of pressure in this bot lane. Killy waiting in the wings. Fronto and Fito are still hovering around. It's going to be a battle of the junglers. Who can win the smite fight? Listen, lands the pillar onto Fronto, but Fronto just immediately propping the maximum dosage. Listen, just falls down. And oh my Christ, it's an absolute massacre in this mid lane. Bot lane, sorry. Fronto is just absolutely tanking absolutely everything. Bearded Monkey now falling solo. Pressure gets a shutdown, but Caitlyn falls as well. Ara picking up a kill. It's an encore straight onto Ara, but Ara just flashes away from it. Sivir is now doing so much damage. Oppression now in a difficult spot. No mana available. Nowhere to walk. No friends on the map. And he looks like he might just be falling down. Accepts his fate. The Mundo's just going to wait. And Linkazo waits patiently over the wall. Thank you very much, says Linkazo. And that is a winning fight again for Cyclone Gaming.
Yeah, and that was really well played by Fito and by Killer as well. Like they were just hovering in that area around the Artican. Dangerous Game knew that they were there, and they were really kind of hesitant to start up that Articon because those two players of Cyclone Gaming were there, which gave Cyclone the opportunity that gave them that stall for their team members to run all the way back through the bot lane as well to get back to the Articon. And then just when you think Fito and Fronta have stepped up just that little bit too much, and because obviously Dangerous Game fought that as well, like they thought they had that that winning pick, they thought they had that ability to be able to take them out so that they could really get that free Articon. The rest of Cyclone Gaming are just there, and it looks like we're going to get a almost like a little bit of a neutral objective race here. We've got Articon being taken by Dangerous Game and Baron being taken by Cyclone Gaming.
I mean,
TP?
For Cyclone Gaming right now, it's probably really important to hit the Baron, but there is a TP coming in the top line. Fronter is here to try to do something. Oppression is being locked off from the rest of the team, and Linkazo's going to throw down the Spiral in Despair and take him down. Baron being handed over to Fito. The rest of Dangerous Game going to have to walk away here. They do get the Atakan, but they lose a man, and they lose the Baron as well. And Cyclone Gaming now just need to push the lanes, put the pressure on, because those Baron minions are really going to make a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like the Baron empowered, the Baron empowered minions with that extra pushing power, the extra XP that they get from it, all of that extra gold that they get from this Baron play as well is just gonna balloon them so far into the lead. I mean, look at it, like they're pretty much 6,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming quite difficult. If we take a look at the gold on individual laners as well, we'll probably see that the rest of Cyclone Gaming are falling really far behind. Especially, I mean, this bot lane is relatively close, but we know that this mid lane is probably significant lead for Linkazo here as well. But we'll see how the rest of Cyclone Gaming are going to play the rest of these fights out, because Dangerous Games still have the potential to come back into this game. They still have Oppression doing a lot of damage. Caitlyn is nearly 3 items complete, nearly matching the Sivir as well. But they're just going to have to play defense for now and just try hold off where they can.
Yeah, I mean, they have to play defense right now because if they lose like one or two members of their team, that means that, you know, because that Cloud Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds time, it means that Cyclone Gaming would just get a dragon, you know, that extra dragon for free. To be fair, Dangerous Game might be looking at it going, oh, well, you know, Cyclone Gaming have already only, you know, have got one Cloud Dragon, you know, a second Cloud Dragon potentially isn't going to hurt. Like, do we really want to potentially, you know, go into a fight where we could, you know, lose our lives and potentially lose the game if you lost all of them because they still have this Baron, you know, they still have this Baron power up. So I think this is what's going to happen. Like, both teams are
Yeah.
really gearing up for this dragon right now.
Absolutely, and Drake has been taken just now as well. Killy going to flash in with a Phantom Undertow, but fall instantly. Lifeform Disintegration Ray going into Fronter, not taking any damage. Though I play Listen going to fall. Fito uses the Call of the Hunt, Call of the Pack to do so much damage, and he's going to pick up another kill. It's a triple kill for the way, and it's a double kill for the
GG. I think that's GG.
and that's the end of the game. We unfortunately get the dreaded spectator bug, but I think we saw there that Cyclone Gaming just brought it back. It was a reverse sweep, as we said it might be. And my lord, what a game.
I know. And do you know what? I feel really, really bad. Like, my first cast on here, and I just cast a cursed Dangerous Game. I literally said that they were wanting, you know, do they just play defensive? Do they not, you know, do they not go for that fight and potentially lose like one or two members to get that, basically to get that dragon? And, you know, with Cyclone Gaming still having that Baron buff, they would just, I imagine what happened is that once they'd won that fight, because they still had that Baron buff up, they just walked into the base without any contestation.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, we did get the dreaded spectator bug just as that happens, but two teams entered the Rift today undefeated, but only one walked away, and that is Cyclone Gaming with their record still intact. And just when you thought there was a lot of pressure on Dangerous Game, Cyclone Gaming didn't rise to that pressure at all, and above the expectation, they came away and won the game. So fair play to Cyclone Gaming. That is Series 1 done and dusted. An absolute banger of a series. We'll be back for the second series soon, so don't go anywhere, because I'll always promise a banger and I'll always deliver a banger. Welcome back to Series 2. We just saw Dangerous Game being taken down by Cyclon Gaming. The undefeated streak for Dangerous Game is over, but it's time for redemption today. Dangerous Game now against Karmadillo. Karmadillo sitting at the bottom side of the table, 1-3. Karmadillo, they're hungry to prove that they're better than what their record shows. We've seen them show us some potential in this series, and, you know, maybe they'll just do something bigger, maybe better. But Dangerous Game, I said, looking for redemption. Finally, I guess, got the taste of defeat till, which we didn't expect. Yep. But do you reckon they can bounce back?
I reckon they can absolutely bounce back. At the end of the day, whilst they did, take that loss against Cyclone Gaming, it was still very close. And they have to keep that in mind, right? Like, both of those teams had gone into that game like undefeated. So as long as none of the players on Dangerous Game are tilted or let that loss get the better of them, I think they can absolutely bounce back here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're into draft 2 now, first draft of Series 2. Karmadillo banning away the Lily of the Poppy and the Aphelios. And then on the same Dangerous Game, another ADC being banned away in the Twitch, but the Set and also the Aurora being banned away as well. I'd be interested to see what Karmadillo's pick here. And it is going to be a Sejuani being picked on B1. Now, not a bad champion to lock in B1. Gives you a lot of versatility in your draft. Kind of that facilitating jungler that you really want to play around. And this is an interesting pick because I really hope Dangerous Game locking the Ivern here, Tilt, because I love Ivern.
I was just about to say,
no!
did the loss really affect them that badly that they have to R1 and Ivern? But we do see Mundo coming instead.
I'm so sad. I wanted the Ivern, okay? I wanted the Ivern. I mean, with Ivern, you can do a clear in 2 minutes and 59 seconds and have 31 seconds before Scuttlecrab spawns. It's the most insane clear you can possibly do. But it looks like Dangerous Game aren't going to please us with something just yet. Maybe we'll get game 2 on the Ivern. We'll find out and see. But the Jinx is going to be locked in for Dangerous Game. Now, it looks like Karmadillos are going to lock in the Ashe. 2 champions that did actually get nerfed in this patch. So, I guess both teams are still kind of thinking it's still relatively strong. It might not be in the top tiers of ADCs anymore, but still really, really good. And it looks like maybe Karmadillos are opting for that slightly more Freljord comp.
I was just about to mention something about that. Like, clearly Karmadillos are looking for the Freljord buff here. And wouldn't that just be so cool if Riot brought something in like that, where if you drafted like 5 champions from like one particular region, then you would get like a certain style of buff, almost like TFT.
Yeah, I mean, there used to be a thing with the ninjas. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's still a thing where if you had like 3 ninjas on your team that all had energy, you got like 1 extra energy.
Yeah,
a small little buff, and I don't know if it's still a thing. Someone please in Twitch tell me if that's still a thing, because I really hope it is. I can't necessarily remember, but we'll do see another similar. I mean, maybe they'll go for a blue vibe because the Aria has now been locked.
I was just thinking that.
So maybe it's the blue vibe. But
this is going to be blue versus purple, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Honestly, the game has now turned into a colour battle rather than an actual draft, I guess. But we see Dangerous Game locking the Malzahar now. Such a point and click. I can't fathom my hatred for Malzahar personally. I am sorry, I am biased. The champion infuriates me on many levels, but it's a champion that is very good into an Ahri. The Ahri wants to dash into you, the Ahri wants to use a Spirit Rush to get in your face, but when you're playing a Malzahar, the point and click ultimate is exactly right.
And obviously the spell shield from Malzahar as well. That passive blocking the charm from Ahri as well. It's gonna just give him that extra little bit of kind of sustainability ability so that he effectively can tank at least one charm before before being susceptible to another one. I'm really
absolutely
liking the draft from both teams here, like very team fight heavy. Obviously getting 2 enchanter bans coming out from Dangerous Game, 2 top laners banned out from Karmadillos as well. Maybe they were worried that the top lane was going to get picked on R4 here, but we do get the Morgana. Honestly, this is really going to be purple versus blue, isn't it?
I was right. It's just a colour battle. Honestly, like, no one's getting... I mean, if you're colourblind, I'm so sorry, because you don't really know what we're talking about right now. I do apologise, but it's currently looking like that. I mean, maybe we see a Gwen being locked in for Karmadillos if you wanted to go the blue vibe. I mean, hell, send Braum top lane for all we know. We don't know what's going to happen here, or Braum support could work. Oh my god, it's a blue champion! What's going on? What's going on? Oh, you have to ruin it. You have to bloody ruin it. I'm upset.
Dangerous Games still have the opportunity to still pick another purple champion, though.
End the stream, guys. I don't care anymore.
It's over.
Anymore. It's over now. There's no more blues.
However, I've just thought about something from Dangerous Games draft. They have 3 spell shields, Hampy.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a pain in the bum to deal with. Then why is it both top laners ruining the vibe?
I know.
Both top laners ruining the vibe. I don't understand.
I mean, to be fair though, let's be real. This is more likely going to be, because we all know as League of Legends players, right, that top laners just get left on an island. They're not part of the draft. So realistically, this is just 4v4, right? Like we don't have to worry about the top laners at the end of the day. Like this is still just blue versus purple here.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it's an island after all. So I'm, maybe it'll still be the case. However, let's talk about the picks properly now. Let's talk about the Cassante versus the Garen lane. I mean, Cassante, normally that kind of champion you pick into the tank, but I quite like the Garen. I think that's, in a way, almost a way that it's kind of like, I'm not afraid to fight either. And we saw that in the last game, that Dangerous Game are definitely not a team to do that and shy away from fighting. Now, Reaper, a player that I guess is a little bit more aggro when he needs to be, especially on a champion like Cassante when you kind of need to be. So we'll see what kind of happens as this top lane develops, but I definitely think it's going to be one to watch.
I'm really worried about this Cassante in kind of a good way, because like he's just going to build resistances, right? Like he scales off of those resistances. So, and not only that, but with the resistances that he does build, he's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. So I feel like Cassante is going to be the one to watch here, even though there are spell shields. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Like these team fights are going to be hectic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the way the Dangerous Game have kind of drafted their composition is that we see that, although we see Karmadillos that have kind of drafted the pick comps, they've got the Enchanted Crystallara, the Sejuani Ultimate is available as well. I think the kind of Dangerous Game are kind of saying a no thank you to that composition and kind of, like you said, drafting the spell shields. So I think I am more interested to see how Karmadillos decide to play their comp, especially around a team that have so much utility in blocking exactly what Karmadillos want to do.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, I'll be honest with you. I feel like the Karmadillos draft is a lot more easier to kind of execute than the one from Dangerous Game is. Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that's just. I think. I'll be honest with you. I know I said Dangerous Game are probably going to bounce back quite easily here, and I mean anything could still happen. But I really, really do just prefer Karmadillos draft here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting. You said it yourself. It's a little bit more easier to play around, a little bit simpler to operate. but we'll see how it kind of goes throughout this game. But let us know what you think in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win this game. I mean, dangerous game. They might bounce back. I feel like they need a victory. It's so hard to play back-to-back after losing a game where it started so well in the series.
Yeah.
They looked like such a good team. They turned around so many important fights throughout the series, but fell just short to Cyclone Gaming, who definitely came in as maybe a slight underdog, but they just came out on top. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays. Karmadillos need to prove a point. If they really want to push their way up this league, they really need to show how dominant they are. Now, Tilt said it himself, their composition, really, it will rely on just how well they can play together. Can they keep their comms clean? Can they just synergize their ultimates together? Because I do agree that it is a little bit easier to play, but if they don't synergize their ults correctly, it's kind of gonna fall to pieces.
Yeah, no, 100% it is. And I mean, this is a team that needs to synergize well, right? Like, if you're just throwing all of your abilities all at the same time, you're losing a lot of, you can CC chain someone with the team of Karmadillos here for a very, very long time. I mean, I guess you could kind of say the same thing for Dangerous Game, but like with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, with the tidal wave, with the bubble, with the charm, with everything that Sejuani does. Let's be honest now. Armadillos have got to synergize these abilities really well together. I've been thinking about the spell shields as well from Dangerous Game, right? Like, whilst yes, they do have free spell shields, once those spell shields get popped, like, they're down for a very long time, right? Like, so then what do you have protecting you? I mean, you've got the Mundo protecting you, like, but if he's behind, what else do you have? Like, Garen's going to go Stridebreaker. Well, at least I think he's going to go Stridebreaker anyway. Or at least he very much should. So, yeah, I mean, it's still all to play for, isn't it? Oh, we are going to get the standard line of scrimmage here, which is what I expected to see from last game, actually.
Yeah, I think both teams played a bit safer. What I want to make a comment is that the Mundo has opted for fleet footwork. Now, it's situational, I guess, in a sense, but at the same time, it works really specifically well in the jungle. It gives you the extra sustain. You get the burst of movement speed. It kind of allows you to improve your ganks a little bit more. I think a massive problem with Mundo in ganking is if you don't necessarily hit your Q as you walk into lane, then it kind of becomes a little bit more difficult to try secure that gank. And especially if you look to gank this top lane with this Garen, there's no real form of actual hard CC there to stop this Cassante from moving. And I guess in the same sense, the only really chance of doing that in the bot lane is simply the Morgana. If that binding doesn't land, it becomes difficult for the Mundo to do so. And I guess that's an important point across the whole of Dangerous Games team, is they only have just a select few amount of hard CCs, whereas for Karmadillos, they actually have quite a number of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of what I was just wanting to, this is what I was kind of touching upon a little bit earlier, is that, Karmadillo's draft is a lot more easier to execute. You have those multiple ways of engaging and starting a fight, like with the tidal wave, with the charm if you really need to, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Sejuani's, or whereas realistically the only form of engage that Dangerous Game actually have is that Dark Binding, to be completely honest. And if that, as you said, if that misses, then they've got nothing.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I mean, which team can get level 2 first in the bot lane? I think we both matched pretty much at relatively the same time, but looks like Shrockler's not afraid to go in here. Reaper taking at least 2 or 3 tower shots here. Not ideal. Shrockler does have the Ignite available, Flash available too. Reaper trying to land as much damage as possible, but Reaper is going to get flashed upon by Shrockler, and that's first blood going over to Dangerous Game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, honestly, like, taking that one tower shot too much from Reaper, trying to get that wave pushed under the tower just a little bit too much, just Shroclo was just able to punish that, and this is kind of exactly what Dangerous Game need to do. I think is whilst they don't have that steady form of engage, if they are punishing
Sejuani is coming in for a gang, lands the Arctic Assault, but Teneri Prime will be able to walk away, but Sejuani's in trouble now as well. Mundo is here to try counter gank as well. Demon Trick step a little bit too close, and he's falling so low. In comes the Jinx W, but so many bucks landing onto Karmadillos, and it looks like maybe Dangerous Game might not be afraid to dive here because the rest of Karmadillos are falling so low. Sejuani's going to maybe opt to stay here, and they might just look for a dive. In comes the Dark Binding, lands lovely onto Demon Trick, but Demon Trick is still sitting at least at 20% HP, and Jinx Zap is doing so much damage when it lands, but Teneri Prime not that healthy on mana, neither is Bearded Monkey as well, and it looks like Sejuani's going to take a back, but maybe that's not the right idea because it's putting your bot lane in such a vulnerable position now as well. As I Play Your Listen, still here for the gank, still here to try dive. Demon Trick is low, and in comes the TP as well. Nicely played by Pepsi Boy as well, because it's needed to try save the day, and it does exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the TP is definitely needed from Pepsi Boy, but look at Oppression. You know, that wave is almost pretty much under the tower, and whilst Pepsi Boy wasn't too far away to get back to the lane, like, Oppression now is going to have this priority in the lane, and if it really wants to, exactly like that, is just trying to throw out those abilities. Does get that first play as well, and Shroclo getting another solo
kill in
bolo.
the top lane. But it looks like Shroclo might fall here. In comes the Garen, though, uses the decisive strike to try and walk away. There's no chance he can kill him. Surely not. Procs the W, trying to do as much damage as possible.
Minion damage!
Shroclo falling so low. The minion damage not enough. And it's a kill being handed over to Karmadillos. They're on the board finally. And Garen goes down.
Yeah, and this is scary, isn't it? Let's be honest now. You never want to see a Garen getting fed in solo queue, because if it does, then he's just gonna wreak absolute havoc. The fact that this Garen already has 2 kills, whilst yes, the Cassante is up in CS gold, I'm fairly certain with those 2 kills that Garen does have, it effectively nullifies that gold difference as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's going to be difficult to try to keep this Garen at bay. I mean, I guess the advantage is, as we discussed quite a lot earlier, is that they have quite a lot of hard CC for the side of Karmadillos. So in terms of trying to keep him away from Teneri Prime, which is kind of what you need to do in this situation, keep him away from Oppression as well, they do have the option to do so. But that being said, Shroclo is dominating Reaper in this top lane. Reaper ahead in CS, but Garen is just not afraid to walk up. The no mana champion can just spin to win all day long as he likes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is the thing of nightmares, isn't it? Is a fed Garen. Nobody wants to have to deal with that. And while Karmadillos do have all of that hard CC, that hard CC is only going to be useful against a Garen if the Garen's actually in those fights. Like, if this Garen just decides to perma split push, then that hard CC against Garen just isn't going to happen. Here comes Sejuani again, trying to look at getting another gank down.
Going to try come in, try and land the Arctic Assault. Arctic Assault tries predicting the flash, but the Aqua Prison lands onto Teneri Prime. The spell shield not going to do anything just yet, but Teneri Prime not taking that much damage, pops the barrier, but doesn't just goes down though. Bearded Monkey now going to go down as well. It's a double kill, and that's the feat of warfare claimed for Karmadillos, and they're bringing themselves back into this game, Till.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was saying about about Karmadillo's draft just being so much easier to execute. And I don't want to say it, as being a support player myself, I don't want to say it, but it is a little bit of a support diff right now. Because, like, all this Morgana can do is put down a Dark Binding, pray that it hits, put down the Black Shield. Then what do you do? Like, you can't do anything. It would be much better if maybe Dangerous Game hadn't banned out so many Enchanter champions and put Bearded Monkey on there instead.
Hang on a minute, because the Drake's been taken, though. The Nethergrass going to be using to the Sejuani. Generic Banan going to fall down immediately. Oppression picking up the kill. And the Dragon's going to be handed over to Dangerous Game. I've said that so many times in these past couple of series. Pepsi Boy going to use the Spirit Rush to dive in. But Teneri Prime's doing so much damage. Going to be healed by the Ebb and Flow and walk away. But Reaper is falling solo as well. Down comes the Demacian Justice. And Garen is serving Cassante a lot of justice where he doesn't need to be shot. He doesn't need to be served.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think Pepsi Boy could have maybe have saved the Flash if they didn't Spirit Rush over the wall into to try and look for the Morgana. Oh, that was
is...
oh, Morgana goes down.
Absolutely goes down immediately. But iPlayerListen's not afraid to keep fighting. But Reaper is hovering in the wings, doesn't actually have anything available to get over the wall just yet. Flash is up. Aqua Prison gonna land beautifully, and the generic Banan just picks up a kill again as iPlayerListen falls, and it's gonna be Rift Herald handed over to Karmadillos. Just when they start to lose a fight, they bring themselves back into it. Before we go into the next point, Till, I need to point out there's a call on the Malzahar.
I beg your pardon?
Malzahar has cull.
I've seen. I'm fairly certain I have seen something about this, but I cannot remember for the life of me the specific details. I think there is a possibility, and I wouldn't be surprised if Oppression builds a Spear of Shojin, because I think this is what I've seen, is that Spear of Shojin is apparently really, really good on Malzahar right now.
Yeah, I mean, I won't be surprised, but in comes Reaper, though, using everything he can to turn on Shrockler, but Shrockler is doing Garen things and simply just going to walk away. The all-out not going to be enough to take him down, but I think maybe the reason that he's built the cull is that, I mean, I guess it's super safe to lane with Malzahar in general. So I guess because you clear waves fast, you stack the cull so fast as well. And it kind of becomes a bit of a free 200 gold pretty early on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just wanted to bring up just after that fight around the Void Grubs as well. This is exactly what I meant about the spell shields, right? Like the Sejuani managed to get that that E passive stacked, and they broke the spell shield from the Mundo, and then down came the Aqua Prison because he has nothing now to really kind of protect himself from any abilities, and they were just able to pick up that kill and then secure themselves that those Void Grubs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see in the bot lane, speaking of spell shields, that Morgana's doing a really good job of just keeping this black shield as much as possible whenever the Aqua Prison comes out. And speaking of trying to lock someone down in prison, in comes the Aqua Prison now. Demon Trick gonna have to flash away as iPlayerListen walks into lane, tries to run out the infected Bonesaw, but not gonna land. Demon Trick trying to throw down as much as possible damage to keep away iPlayerListen. He's still gonna hover in lane. Aqua Prison landing beautifully into him. The Dark Binding comes out, misses, but in comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Nami Wave, the Tidal Wave hits as well. In comes the Glacial Prison, and that is beautifully played by Karmadillos, because down goes the Morgana. Aqua Prison again going to land onto iPlayerListen, but has the passive available to not get stunned just yet. It's like Karmadillos going to try to take as many plates as possible, because iPlayerListen and Teneri Prime can't quite step up.
Yeah, and I mean, it was really, really well played from Karmadillos. I'm fairly certain that bot lane would have been calling out like that black shield that was getting used by the Morgana, and then they were probably, they probably had the timers on the on the Mundo passive as well. They were just able to layer up their CC whilst all of those spell shields were down in order to make sure that play worked swimmingly well. And just whilst I'm thinking about it, first items are starting to come through. And whilst you mentioned earlier that Sejuani did get kind of nerfed this patch, the thing that didn't get nerfed though was Sunfires and Barmy Cinder. They're doing so much extra damage now to those monster camps. Like any kind of tank that you have in the jungle, I just think is going to so benefit from having items like Hollow Radiance and Sunfire's Aegis now. Because of that extra damage that it's going to do, you're going to be able to clear so much faster. You're going to be able to do so much more damage in terms of fights as well because of that Immolate passive. This is probably why we're seeing, this Sejuani reigning, having so much more prevalence over the map than the Mundo is right now. And I'm fairly certain that this is probably because of that Sunfires. It looks like we are going to get a fight, though.
Yeah, Drake is going to be handed over to the Sejuani, but in comes the Prisons. Going to track down as many as possible, and it looks like Dangerous Game might win this T-fight. Pepsi Boy trying to do anything possible to take on Bearded Monkey. Bearded Monkey going to fall by the last auto attack, but Oppression picks up a double kill, and it looks like Dangerous Game are back in this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What a great fight that was around the Dragon Pit. Picking up 4 kills, making sure that they're now in that driving seat with the gold lead as well. And not only that, but you've got the Garen, playing so well into this Cassante as well. Like, this Sejuani, I don't think is really ganked the top lane. Like, you can just leave the Garen and there's another solo.
There's another solo in the top lane. Every time I feel like we go to the top lane, Strockler is dominating the top lane. This Garen is becoming so incredibly difficult to deal with for Reaper. Reaper is so far behind now as well. I mean, we can probably look at the gold difference in this top lane, and we'll probably see that Garen is nearly 2,000 gold ahead in this top lane, and we're 14 minutes into the game till it's looking like Reaper is going to struggle to do anything in this game.
Yeah, Reaper is really going to struggle to do anything in this game right now. I mean, if you're Reaper, like, you just need to be sat in that side lane, trying to stay away from the Garen as much as you possibly can, just getting as much CS as you possibly can, building up those resistances, getting those items, and then potentially trying to become, that showmaker meme that we all know and love, and doing all the damage. Oppression loses his spell shield, but nothing is really going to come of it. And we do have Play You Listen taking on the Herald as well. I imagine they're probably going to use that mid.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the pressure in the mid lane, but they might not be able to get the first tower, though, because first tower might just be handed over to this bot lane. Tower is very, very low as well. Teneri Prime not going to be able to step up. Tower's actually going to go on the top side. Sorry, apologies. Garen took the tower as well. But it looks like maybe they'll take the mid lane tower as well. Demon Trick's going to have to try to walk away. The Enchanter Crystalaro coming in. In comes the Tidal Wave as well. In comes the Arctic Assault. Teneri Prime has nowhere to go. And down goes the Jinx. Generic Banana is going to tank so much, but Oppression's on a rampage as well. Takes down Reaper. Reaper is not having fun in this game. And Pepsi Boy is going to have to try survive 3 people and Onslaught in the mid lane, and they're not afraid to keep walking toward him. And Dangerous Game have really brought themselves back into this game, popping the Rift Herald as you said, and they're going to be using the Rift Herald in the mid lane tilt.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think this is actually the best play that you could possibly get with the Rift Tower, because that mid tier 1 tower was so weak as it was. Like, you would not really get much value out of it. And it looks like Shroklo is just like, I'm just going to solo bolo everyone, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's so strong at this point. Like, he literally, like, it's not Mundo goes where he pleases, it's Shroklo goes where he pleases.
Yeah, exactly
and
that.
Shroklo goes where he wants currently, and he's doing an incredible job of just kind of being an absolute dominant force in this top lane. And you got to be honest, he's barely moved out this top lane. When these team fights start to happen, when the Garen comes into these fights, I would be terrified if I was if I was Demon Trick right now, because how do you walk away from this Garen? He has so much tenacity. Yeah. He has, with his W's procced, he has so much damage with that Stride Breaker complete and so much utility. Unless you can kind of have your Nami just play constant peel and use the Aqua Prison and the Tidal Wave to keep him at bay, once he completes that second and third item, I don't really know how they're going to deal with him.
Yeah, and something that I just want to bring into into information. This Morgana has first bought Mikhail's Blessing. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about this, because realistically,
hang on a minute, I'm gonna have to stop because of the fight in the top lane. Though All Out's gonna go on from Reaper, but Reaper is gonna fall again. Oppression now picking up the kill. This is a 5-0 Malzahar. And I think Reaper is trying to do anything he can to bring himself back into this game, but nothing is going his way. Now, ADHD Norway going to step up a little bit too close. Tidal Wave coming out onto iPlayerListen. iPlayerListen taking a lot of damage now. Bearded Monkey in trouble as well. As you know, Banana's going to try to do as much damage as possible. In comes the Soul Shackles. The Spell Shield not going to be enough to take him out. Aqua Prison beautifully hit as well. In comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but there's so much tenacity on this Mundo. Teneri Prime going to fall as Pepsi Boy uses the Spirit Rush to go in. TP coming in as well from the Oppression. Oppression, that is not where you want to be. Pepsi Boy uses the Spirit Rush again to charm in, and the charm doesn't hit as well. And it looks like they're not giving up just yet, Karmadillos.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just want to point your attention to the Garen as well. The Garen did not move from where he was and managed to get the bot lane tier 1 out of it as well. And is potentially looking for the bot lane tier 2, but is wrapping around, is behind that Ahri. Look at where Garen is.
Pepsi Boy in a difficult position here. In comes the Garen, uses the Ignite, walks away. Then Oppression's going to fall down again. The shutdown, though, being handed over to the Nami. Demon Trick now falling solo as well, but Bearded Monkey flashes in, but doesn't need it because Oppression takes him down with the E. And Shrockler might be in a difficult spot here. Reaper is trying to do as much damage as possible, but there's a Mundo behind you, and you need to be very careful. Shrockler charging back in now, all out, being used to try to do as much anything possible, and he might just kill him. iPlayerListen falling so low, and he doesn't die, though, because the Mundo survives.
Yeah, Teneri to the rescue, managing just to get up behind Reapery, getting the auto. And the worst part about this is, right, is if you're Karmadillos, all of that damage that you've just done to Shrocklo, he's just going to passively heal. Like you've just done nothing to him. It's just not. It's just like you can't let Garen get down that low health and then walk away like that, because it's just at that point it's just kind of embarrassing. Just to bring up a point that I was obviously talking about earlier, just whilst we're in the in the state of just before the Articon spawns, well, it has spawned, is going back to this Mikhail's Blessing on the Morgana. Like, I don't think it's needed here. Like, I feel like if you're going to play Morgana, you've got to play some sort of like burning item, maybe like the Black Fire Torch, maybe the Leandries. We are going to get another fight over the Articon now, though, by what it looks like.
Yeah, you're generic Banan just kind of trying to be that front line, and he's going to dive in. Speaking of which, the Tidal Wave coming out as well. Not going to hit anyone, though. Teneri Prime just going to fall immediately. Beautifully played synergy now. Reaper going to try charge in. The Spirit Rush going in from Pepsi Boy. Beautiful charm, though. Hits the Q as well, and down goes Oppression. But it looks like Karmadillos aren't finished just yet, because Pepsi Boy once more hits the charm. Beautifully played, and it's a double kill. And he wants the Mundo as well. When will it stop? The charm hitting yet again. The Orb of Deception not going to be enough to do enough damage. But that will be Atakan now for Karmadillos. And this game just flipped on its head tilt.
Yeah, didn't it just? And as Teneri Prime, as that Jinx player, you have to be wondering, where were your tanks? Like, where was the Mundo? Where was the Garen? Like, being, being that solid front line in front of for you.
Shrocklos are doing as much as possible though, Tilt, because Pepsi Boy trying to land the champ, but Shrocklo instantly killing, and the Smite. It! iPlayerListen just walks up. Thank you very much, he says as he smites away the Atakan, and it just ended badly. So close, but no cigar for Karmadillos.
That is a all chat TY for leash moment if I've ever seen one. Like the fact that iPlayerListen just manages to walk in there and just basically just steals it away. I mean, like, Karmadillos was so focused on Shrocklo, because obviously Shrocklo does so much damage. Like, why wouldn't he be the focus of Karmadillos? So I feel like they just kind of lost focus of where that Mundo was, and just able, as we saw, he was just able to walk in, just able to steal away the Otacon. And as you pointed out earlier with that statistic as to, if a team takes Otacon, it boosts their chances of, what did you say, 8.8% of winning the game?
I might be, it's around 8%. It's either 8.2 or 8.8. I can't quite remember, but it's quite significant. And I believe that's because it's arguably like statistically the most important objective in the game. Because it just gives such an important buff. And I think also because it's at that point in the mid game when you're kind of waiting for something to happen and you're waiting to try and make something happen, that it kind of just takes you from that mid game into the late game just that little bit quicker. And I think especially when you're a team such as Dangerous Game who are playing quite a heavy scaling comp, the Malzahar, the Jinx as well. The Garen is now 7-1, 2 items, on his way to a third item. I said it earlier, the Garen is, once he gets that second and third item, he's going to be practically unkillable, and he's reaching that stage now where unless you land every bit of CC you have onto him, you're not going to kill him. And the issue is with Garen is he has so much tenacity with his W available that even if you manage to hit your CC on him, you might not have enough damage to kill him. But speaking of having enough damage, Pepsi Boy does have enough damage though, because Enchanter Crystal Arrow comes down as well, and Reaper is going to get himself on the board, ladies and gentlemen. He is here to play, and I'm happy he's got a kill tilt. But
yes, definitely.
Yeah, very happy. But it looks like it doesn't matter even if Reaper gets the kill, because Dragon will be handed over 2 for 2 on the Dragons now, both looking for this Ocean Soul. Baron is up in 48 seconds.
What are you doing?
Be quiet, because there's a Shrockler waiting in the wings. He doesn't know he's on a ward. Shrockler, I play, listen, calmly waiting in the bush. You know, Benanga not going to fall for it, going to bait it out.
That sweeping lens really coming in clutch.
Lens, yeah, definitely came in clutch. Tower in the top lane finally taken down for Karmadillos. And it's looking like this game could turn any minute.
Ooh, that third item being completed by Garen, that Spear of Shojin is gonna really, really start to hurt Karmadillos. And the thing is as well, right? Garen also second itemed Black Cleaver. So if he does get put up in a lane against Cassante again, who has primarily built, obviously, armor, because that's what he wants to do, right? This Black Cleaver is just gonna shred any armor that Cassante builds. Like he's just so far ahead, it's unreal.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think the difficult part is that Cassante is so far behind too. So although he wants to be that front line, doesn't quite have the damage to sustain this Malzahar, doesn't quite have the damage to sustain this Jinx and this Garen, and it becomes a little bit difficult to be that front line when you're not actually quite that front line yourself. Shocklow's are waiting over the wall. Ash is in trouble though. In comes the Garen in the top lane. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow are going to hit, but in comes that Tenacity, and bye-bye Demon Trick. Don't even need to use the Demacian Justice because it's so much damage. He said it himself, Tilt, that Spear of Shojin doing so much, and that is just going to be Baron here.
Yeah, no, definitely. And you said it earlier, didn't you? Like, if you're Demon Trick, if that Garen gets on you, what do you do? Like, you can't, like, we saw it, like, a Demon Trick tried to use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow just to try and, slow down this Garen a little bit, just to try and get away. But because of all of that, that tenacity from Garen W, like that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, especially at point blank, does nothing. Like, what's he going to do? CC him for like 0.24 of a second?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very well played there by Dangerous Game. Sejuani waiting in the wings, but Oppression and Bearded Monkey coming to CC him. Shrockler finishing the job. Demacian Justice being used, just annihilating Sejuani. And unfortunately, didn't manage to get the Baron steal, but that is going to be Baron being taken by Dangerous Game now, and the Baron empowered minions are now in play. Looks like Dangerous Game are going to try and get all their lanes shoved. We know how much of an annoying force Garen could be. Shrockler, he's playing hide and seek every 5 seconds and just waiting to see who his next victim will be. He is hungry for blood this game, Tilt, and Demon Trick needs to be careful because he himself is playing a dangerous game by being in these lanes by himself.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I feel like Shrocklow's got to that point where he's like, well, I'm kind of done playing League of Legends right now. Let's
Yeah.
let's play a mini
Yeah,
game of League of
I think I
Legends.
think I think I think Schrockler's playing like Among Us IRL, but not even caring about the fact that he might be the mystery man because everyone
Yeah.
knows who he is. So I think Schrockler is just not afraid to step up. I mean, when you're 9-1, he's 700 gold. That shutdown will be massive if you can give it over to Demon Trick. I mean, we see how far it is in gold, but we'll hold off on the goal for a second because Bearded Monkey's going to get hit by the arrow, but there's not enough damage to take him down just yet. I play Listen taking a lot of damage. Ash doing so much, but Demon Trick doesn't have enough damage either. Oppression using the Nethergrass, and in comes the Mundo, in comes the Garen. Teneri Prime now hitting his rockets. He's now excited. Pepsi Boy using the Spirit Rush to dive away, and I think it might be game soon a tilt because it looks like Dangerous Game are looking to end this game. Pepsi Boy doesn't have anything available. There's a Garen running towards you. There's a Garen on you, and he slams down the decisive strike. And I think it might be game soon because Dangerous Game are looking to bounce back in this series. Fell short, undefeated streak was down, but it doesn't matter. They are still showing why they're an absolute force to be reckoned with in this split.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I'll be honest with you, with Dangerous Game, that's exactly what you needed after that, after that 2-1 loss against Cyclone Gaming. Like, as the players of Dangerous Game, that you are still a force to be reckoned with. And even though that loss did happen, you've basically, this is Dangerous Game showing that, the rest of the teams, you still have to fear us. Like, we can still do this. We can still pull this out the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think that there was some moments in that game where Karmadillos definitely looked good and definitely had some chances. And you said it yourself; they can still bring this game in. But we'll see if Karmadillos can maybe get a reverse sweep. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to take a 1-minute break, grab a quick drink. So don't go anywhere.
Cool.
Yeah, you remember to. Welcome back, everyone. Karmadillos just falling short. The early game looked so good. The mid game started to look good, but Dangerous Game really showed why they're absolutely a dominant team. And it really was a close game till.
Was it?
I think it was in the early game. Let's be honest. Early game. Let's be honest.
The early game was
nice,
close.
Okay?
Yeah, the early game was close, and then Shroclo did what Shroclo wanted. I mean, like the fact that while the Sejuani was getting strong early, unfortunately, Mundo is just stronger, and the way that Garen managed to snowball that lead that he built up early as well, I just think from that point on it was just over, honestly. I mean, some interesting bans. I think these are the same bans that we saw in game 1, so I imagine these are just going to be like respect bans from each other, or
There's
it
a lot
happens.
that's been launched
It happens.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
I mean, we saw last game how some players, specifically Kelly, can be really dominant on hook champions. So I guess we'll see this game if Karmadillos can do exactly the same thing. But it looks like Dangerous Game are going to lock in a support themselves, opting for the Braum this time. I mean, against the Nautilus, what's your thoughts, Tilt?
I do like the Braum into Nautilus. I don't like it this early. The reason being is because obviously a few patches ago Nautilus did get a jungle buff. So this Nautilus could potentially, if they max E and go for like a Sunfire Aegis style build that that has been buffed recently, I think this Nautilus could do really well in the jungle. Really well.
Yeah,
but
100%. I mean, like you said, it's a flex pick, right? You said it yourself.
Yeah.
Like it, and it's quite hard to draft around that for Dangerous Game, but they're gonna keep drafting and they're gonna lock in a Xayah. Now against the Nautilus, I think that's quite a smart pick. Avoiding the ultimate, avoiding the hook as well, especially with the broad protection. I think it really just keeps you a little bit more safer. And Dangerous Game at times in the early game needed to play a little bit safer. They needed to do exactly that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't like this though. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like the Sivir pick with Nautilus, but if the Nautilus is going jungle, then so be it. But you're absolutely right. Xayah is such a safe pick. And I mean, Dangerous Game have picked a really nice and safe bot lane with that Xayah and Braum. And not only that, but Xayah is going to be able to proc those, that Winter's Bite kind of passive from Braum. If he does, in fact, hit that Q, they are going to... It is!
It's a Nautilus in the jungle. The Rakan.
This is exactly why you don't pick Braum this early on. Whilst, yes, it is still good, if that Nautilus isn't going to be in the bot lane, then it's useless. Sorry, I almost swore that. But yes, no, this is great. But again, this is the prime example as to why you don't pick Braum as an immediate answer into the Nautilus, because you never know where that Nautilus is going, especially in today's patches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we now see a Gwen being locked in. Again, another champion that could very well be flex. It could be a Gwen jungle. It could also be a Gwen top lane. But either way, we know that Gwen is immune all the time. So that's going to be fun to watch and see how many abilities this goddamn champion can avoid. But Ambessa going to be banned away from Dangerous Games, so maybe they're anticipating that it could be a Gwen in the jungle. However, Ambessa did get the jungle buffs, as we mentioned earlier. LeBlanc going to be banned away as well from Karmadillos. I guess they don't necessarily want that threat of that high damage champion on Karmadillos' side. And then finally, the Alawi going to be banned away, and a Teemo ban.
Really? Oh, I was going to say that makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the Teemo banner was coming from there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
interesting.
Going off what you were going to say earlier, like, I would really like to see this Gwen go to the jungle, obviously to deal with this Nautilus threat. Gwen being that tank shredder that we all know, not so much love, but we all know that she can definitely deal with the Nautilus. And Aurelia
going to be locked in the top lane now. If I really want to see, I mean, it could be an Aurelia mid. It could be really mid.
could.
Definitely a champion that can be flexed again. I mean, multiple flexes in this game. We saw it with the Nautilus, we saw it with the Gwen. It could also be in the Irelia in the mid lane and the Gwen jungle, so we don't know. But that's going to be a Tam Kench being locked in. This is a Tam Kench top lane. I mean, do you know what? It could be Rakan or full AP mid for all I know. I don't even know what's going on anymore because this draft is just all over the place, back and forth, 24/7. I mean, It's no longer blue team, it's no longer purple team. It's confused the goddamn casters teams. So this is what's happening right now.
I don't like this. I do not like this from Karmadillo.
Tilt was a Zenith.
It is a Zenith, but once Dangerous Game have picked their last champion, I'm going to explain as to why I really, really don't like this.
I mean,
we'll see.
I'm a bit confused. Oh, this is a stinge. Why not? Why not? Why not, guys? Why not? It's fine. Why not?
Okay.
Why not? It's fine.
I was just about to explain why I don't like the draft from Karmadillos, and then Dangerous Game go out and throw the Singed.
I mean, do you know what? Why not? Why not? It's fine. What do I know?
Do you know what? I've got a rule book here for League of Legends. I'm just going to throw it out the window.
Well, I mean, we know, at least we all know one rule. Don't chase the Singed.
Yes. Yeah, don't chase the Singed.
We all know one rule. And do you know what? Unironically, why it's actually quite a clever pick, right? And I'm going out on a limb here. Maybe it's a little bit of Hopian for the Singed, because Singed is always such a funny champion to watch. The team for Karmadillos is very much charged towards you, right? They're on the hunt from the Sivir. They've got the Nautilus who's going to hook onto you. Rakan's going to pop his ultimate as well. But you can't run it of goddamn Singed. Like, what's he going to do? Flip you and laugh? Like,
yes,
stings, right?
But so this is the point that I was going to try and make, right? While Karmadillos can run at you, that's all they can do. Where's their damage coming from?
It's hope Sivir gets 3 items and Zenith gets on top, I guess, right?
But we saw this. We saw this in what was it? The last, not the last game, but the series between Cyclone Gaming and Dangerous Game. The Sivir did nothing really. Like, and you can't. And the other problem is you. As a Sivir, you have to want this game to go again 30 to 40 minutes. And you're into a highly volatile, dangerous game. Like, really volatile. Like, I don't see this game going 30 to 40 minutes.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, this game is going to be quite difficult for Karmadillos. Primarily being because there's a lot of carries on the side of Dangerous Game, as you just said. I mean, if Irelia gets a lead, Gwen gets a lead, it's just really hard to deal with. And if there's anything to go by last game, Troclo, when he gets the lead, just becomes unkillable. And if you wanted to pick one champion that can run away and laugh at you, you pick the Garen. If you wanted to go a step further, he just picks the Singed.
Yeah, so, and it's going to be interesting to see if we see the Singed proxy as well.
I mean, you pick Singed. If you don't proxy, then it's just, what's the point?
Yeah, true.
Right?
Yeah,
what's the point? I feel like you have to proxy if you're picking Singed. I feel like it's part of the champion's law. You almost Singed must proxy.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we didn't see him proxy in Arcane, but he was farming Warwicks.
There you go, right. So there you go, it's fine. It's fine. We knew what was happening, guys. It's fine, we predicted it. But no, I think it's going to be an interesting game for sure to see what happens. We'll see how this game plays out. But, I mean, do we think that Karmadillos can come back in this game? Do we think they can bring it back and bring it to a 3-game series?
In order to try and remain neutral, if this game goes for 30 to 40 minutes, then Yes, I think they can, because you've got the tankiness from the Tahm Kench, you'll have the tankiness from the Nautilus, you'll have the engage from the Rakan, the Nautilus, and the Tahm Kench, with the Sivir kind of raining down those auto attacks with Ricochet, and very quite literally the Xerath raining down with his ultimate as well. Will it go to 30-40 minutes? I don't know. Something that has just been pointed out, though, this Xerath has gone heal. Now, I would have more expected the Xerath to go something like Exhaust if they were into an Aurelia, just to try and slow them down, just to try and get that, just to try and reduce the damage, slow them down a little bit. But heal, I don't think he's going to do that much, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Now, part of me praises an invade in this early game. And that's primarily because I think there's not really been one this series, and I really want there to be one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we'll see what happens in this early game. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens, really, is what I'll say. But I really would like to see how this Xerath operates this lane, right? Because the Aurelia... it's just going to want to be constantly on you, 24/7, stacking up that queue. Once you start, once you've got that 5 stack on the queue, it becomes very, very difficult to avoid the amount of damage that Aurelia can put out.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, the Xerath is very, very good at just using like the Shocking Orb upon the Aurelia dashing, and then just the Arcana Pulse just constantly on constant push all the time, just firing out those queues to try farm. But then if Oppression gets even a kill, we've seen how hard Aurelia can snowball.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I think that's the thing that Xerath's going to really have going for them, is that this Aurelia, once they do have those Q stacks up, and but they have to dash through the minions, right? So if those minions are all just in a line, that Shocking Orb can come out and just, mitigate basically what it is that the Aurelia does. And it looks like your prayers have been answered. It looks like we are going to get an invade.
Yeah, there's going to be an invade in the game, and I think he's going to be a bit of a massacre. We hope, anyway. The hook is available. Jan's going to maybe try hit it. Teneri Prime not in the position you want to be. That is not prime position. Doesn't land the hook straight. Doesn't even go for the hook. In comes Pepsi Boy, though. The flash Shocking Orb is not going to hit. And... maybe my prayers haven't been answered till. Maybe it's not going to happen. Beta Monkey, though, not afraid to stepping up. It whiffs the queue completely. Dredgeline going away completely. But Teneri Prime going to get exhausted. The auto passive going to land the Shocking Orb, finally hitting on Teneri Prime. The Xerath is going to pick up first blood here. Beta Monkey following line out as well. The Snip comes in. Beta Monkey flashing away. Breeper going to hit the Tongue Lash instantly. And Singh, she's just going to run around and laugh at everyone else.
The
Xerath's got another kill. Oh my Christ, guys. Give me a chance to breathe.
You could not have asked for a better start as a Xerath right now, because this Xerath, what you also have to remember, also has first strike. If we can just see how much gold that Xerath got from that one fight, yeah.
Jesus Lord. Oh my Lord. I mean, Xerath is now 600 gold in the league. I mean, it's not very often I'm speechless, Tilt, but I'm speechless.
Yeah, I mean, really you wanted the invade. I'm just going to put it out there. You wanted that.
Yeah, but I expected it to be well executed. I expect everything to happen. But I mean, it just kind of went a bit whiffy. But I mean, you get what you asked for.
Yeah, I mean, something definitely got executed, all right. I mean, just not the abilities and not that well.
No, apparently not. But I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. I mean, I missed the dredge line goes through 3 people. But we'll talk about that. We'll talk about it later. In the mid lane, we do see Pepsi Boy taking a massive advantage of his early lead now, just pressuring Aurelia off the wave. And this is not where you want to be as just Aurelia. You pointed out earlier, Tilt, this is exactly the spot you want to be if you're a Xerath. But as an Aurelia, this is not where you want to be. You want to be pressuring early game. You are going to get hit from the auto attacks quite a lot. The Xerath passive does give mana back. But Aurelia level 2, you kind of want that all in. You kind of want to be able to dash on, get the stun off, do a lot of damage, stack up the queue. And just not able to do that as oppression in this early game, because Pepsi Boy has such a big lead, and he's taking his first back by 2 amp tomes. We are 3 minutes into the game,
and the glowing moat. Can I just
and the glowing 3 minutes into the game.
Whilst we're just speaking of items, can I just point your attention to the Tom Kench buying Dark Seal?
I mean, to be honest with you, I saw a Malzahar pick Cole last game. I wouldn't put it beyond anyone. Like, anything can happen, really. But it looks like something's happening in the bot lane, though. Demon Trick's going to get pushed upon by Teneri Prime and Beta Monkey. Beta Monkey going to land the Q. The Winter's Bite doing just enough. And he's going to pick up the kill as well. But in comes the Rakan, the Grand Entrance. It's going to take down Beta Monkey. But Teneri Prime's going to pick up the revenge kill. And it is a 2-for-1 in the bot lane. And my God, there's a kill in the top lane because Reaper's just killed Trockler.
What is happening right now? We got to see that.
We can see a replay in the top lane, and it looks like, unfortunately, Sin stepped up a little bit too close and got a little bit too aggro. And it seemed like, unfortunately, you can't really step up that close to a Tam Kench.
No, you really can't. And this game is just causing me a headache. Honestly, there's just action everywhere.
I need more water.
I think I need something more stronger than water.
I need more water. Yeah, I might be on the same level as you after this game, but exactly what I want Oppression to do here in this early game is dash in, stack those 5 Qs. And he's doing so much damage to Pepsi Boy here. Doesn't have Ignite available, took TP instead. But Gwen is in the jungle of Yneri Banan, and he's just doing so much to his camps. And this is what Gwen was going to do. Has the better clear, has the ability to just be that aggressive jungler.
Monkey?
Speaking of aggro, Bearded Monkey's waiting over the walls patiently, but Pepsi Boy doesn't have flash available. Heal is available though, but I think he's just going to opt to back off. But speaking of backing off, Oppression might need to do just that, because in comes a Nautilus flash dredge line. Shocking Orb going to hit as well, and Pepsi Boy uses the Arcano Pulse to pick up the kill on this Aurelia, and this is a 3-0 Zeref tilt.
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? It's really, like, I mean, the thing is Zeref does a lot of damage, and especially really early on. And if this Zeref, and to be fair, the Tahm Kench, if they can really snowball their lead, like I was saying earlier, like if they can snowball that lead, if they can get this game going 30-40 minutes, then they can definitely do this. And if I'll be honest with you,
speaking of doing something on the bot lane tilt, something's happening here, because Dredgeline's going to hit though straight on Teneri Prime. Going to have to use the flash. The heal comes out from Braum as well. Beta Monkey now fallen below 20% HP, and this game is just non-stop carnage. Yeah,
no, definitely. And as you were saying during like kind of champion draft and like kind of the build up to this game too, and to this series, to be completely fair. Oh no, Rakan manages to live.
We'll fight. Carry on. Oh, never mind. Guys, it's fine. Demon Trick picks up a kill. I can.
Like what just? What happened here?
So Demon Trick waits patiently, throws out the boomerang blade, landing perfectly onto Teneri Prime. Right, guys, this is a public service announcement. Can we please take a break from fighting so I can breathe for 5 seconds? Please?
Can we just take a look as to where that Zeref ult went in?
Pepsi Boy throws out the right of the arcane, but doesn't land on anyone, unfortunately. And I just want to breathe, man.
What is going on right now?
This game is non-stop carnage, ladies and gentlemen. If you wanted a banger, I always tell you there's a banger coming, and I never lied to you. I always promise you exactly that, because both Karmadillos and Dangerous Game are non-stop back and forth. Pepsi Boy now going in the mid lane, doesn't quite hit the flawless duet because the Shocking Orb comes out. Beta Monkey just comes in to say hello, just throws the weight out the Winter's Bite. But Shrockler's now fighting in the top lane. He is doing exactly what we told him not to, chasing the Singe. Reaper, he knows exactly what to do, and that is back the hell away, my friend, because you do not want to follow that poison trail. And Oppression now probably going to look to re-engage now. In comes the flawless duet, lands onto Pepsi Boy, and my lord, both laners, every laner is fighting, but in comes the flash fling. Ultimate now popped for Singe. Insanity poison doing a lot of damage, but in comes the Tankage to devour, but he's still getting poisoned. The fling, the shutdown. Shrocklo just annihilates Tankage, but there's a fight in the bot lane as well. In comes a fantastic Featherstorm by the Xayah Blade Caller, pulling it all back, CCing everyone in place. Listen now come into play as well, as in comes the needlework. Dredgeline lands really nicely onto Uneric Brand, but it's not going to do anything. Pepsi Boy's here to try and save the day as well, but isn't kill being handed over to Dangerous Game.
I can't believe what I just saw. The fact that the Tankage managed to get that eat onto the Singed whilst he was poison trailing, and then the poison trail kept going.
Like, I have a headache.
You and me both, my friend. And you're doing your style of casting right here.
I have a headache, but this game is just, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I want to analyse. I want to talk about what could happen, but I don't even think either team knows what's going to happen at this point. And I
really don't. I'll be honest with you. I don't think either team knew what they wanted to draft, let alone what the enemy.
This feels like a solo queue game at its finest. It really does.
It really does. Do you know who I really feel sorry for? The coaches.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just give it up at this point. Just have a whiskey. It's fine. Just have a whiskey. It's fine. But our objective is finally going to be taken, ladies and gentlemen. The grubs are going to be taken. 9 minutes in, by the way. Pepsi Boy is going to take a lot of damage here from Oppression. Oppression landing another Blade Surge, but in comes the Rakan as well. The Grand Entrance not going to hit. Does have the quickness available, but he's not going to opt to use it. The Braum going to use the Winter's Bite. Oppression just trying to walk away, dodge every ability, but the grubs are going to be taken by Karmadillos, and Drake is still available. We're 10 minutes in, and the first Drake hasn't been taken till.
No, it really hasn't, and I don't know what to say about this game. Honestly, this game is it's non-stop action. Genuinely, if it was a wrestling company, I genuinely think it'd be TNA, just because of the namesake, just by itself.
I feel like I could do. I feel like this game is just absolute carnage 24/7. Which is absolutely mental to see. But it looks like maybe there's a little bit of leeway now. Maybe it was backing off a little bit. We finally get the chance to breathe and analyse Till. And that's what we're going to do in possibly the next 10 seconds that we have before there's another fight. Now,
yes,
Drake is up. We see that both teams have somewhat of an advantage. The bot lane's pushing in, mid lane shoved in. Both teams need to fight for this. But if you are a Dangerous Game in this situation, you have a Zenith that's incredibly strong. How do you play this game? But never mind, because the Zenith might die. Pepsi Boy is going to flash out the heal coming in. Oppression just picking it up. The Blade Surge landing. The Dredgeline on Oppression as well. And my lord, there's another fight in the top lane. Shrocklo is going to fling him over his head. Demon Trick's going to get hit by the stun from the Braum. In comes the Glacial Fissure. Demon Trick is falling so low. Teneri Prime picking up the kill. I told you there was 10 seconds between the next fight. I wasn't wrong, and it happened exactly there. Never mind. Hang on a minute. Tilt was another fight. I'm sorry. Fling coming in from Shrocklo. Shrocklo going to use the ghost to just run around. Reaper is now falling low. And the iPlayer who listens now fighting in the jungle because why not? Because why not? Needlework coming out. You know, Fernand's going to fall as well. In comes the right of the arcane. And please to God, someone take the dragon.
Please, for the love of God, just stop just for a moment. Just play passive, please. I
want to analyze the game.
Just farm. That's all we want. Just for I don't know, maybe a couple of minutes, just to let us breathe, analyze the game a little bit.
Talk me through the goal. Talk me through who's ahead. Talk me through what's happening.
Okay, so surprisingly, this time Kench is actually ahead by about 400 gold. Is sat on 1,500 worth of gold here, so could probably do with taking it back. Let's see. We've also got the Gwen ahead of the Nautilus, but we kind of expected that anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Xerath with his 3 kills, also ahead of the Aurelia. It's still so quite even though. It is as Team Gold, there's nothing in it. Like, you've got top lane ahead, you've for Karmadillos, you've got jungle ahead for Dangerous Game, you've got Xerath ahead with Karmadillos again. Like, it is literally a yo-yo. Like, you've got so many. Oh no.
Oppression's in trouble though. In comes the Goon Squad. Depth charge going to be used into Oppression. Oppression going to use the Vanguards there to try escape. Does exactly that. Beautifully played. But he dashes back in. Why? I don't know. Someone tell me. Pepsi Boy picks up the kill and Oppression got out. But he went back in.
Is this natural selection at its finest?
Like, needlework coming out, and I play listen, picks up a kills, we're fighting the bot lane now as well. Teneri Prime's going to try walk away. In comes the Featherstorm as well, tries to do something to try to escape. In comes Redemption. ADHD Norway's going to flash on. W Grand's entrance going to hit, but Teneri Prime's doing everything he possibly can. In comes the Blade Storm, pulls everything back. Blade Caller doing so much damage. Yan falling so low now as well. ADHD Norway's waiting patiently. That Blade Caller was a little bit scattered, but it's enough to do a little bit of damage, and Yan might just escape, and he does just exactly that.
What a fight. And surprisingly, after all that, the gold is still equal. Like, how? Like, oh, and here comes the right of the Ancients, gonna clear out that wave, so that Oppression just can't, basically freely hit that tower. But we seem to be at a bit of a. I was gonna say we're at a bit of a standpoint. Why did I have to say that?
It's proxy and it's fine. It's proxy.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Fine.
Ignore him. It's fine. Carry on.
Yeah. So, right now, there's nothing up on the map to actually fight for, and why?
It's fine. It's singed. Don't worry. Carry on.
It's just singed. It's just singed. At the end of the day, like, it's
just ignore it. Let it. Can someone please play some Benny Hill music over the top of this? Like, I feel like it's really needed right now. Maybe I'm showing my age a little bit there, and probably anyone that's under the age of 25 doesn't get the reference. But but we'll see. Someone in the chat might. There's another fight though, because Shrocklow is gonna die. Singe doing Singe things, and Reaper has gone from being 1-8 to 4-1, and he's doing a lot of damage in this game. Tilt.
He really is as well. And just when I thought I was doubting Karmadillos for this draft, it's working. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know if that's a little bit because of Dangerous Games.
Never mind. Hang on a minute till there's another fight. The quickness coming in from ADHD Norway uses the Grand Entrance. In comes the bite. Devour being used onto Gwen. Gwen gonna fall. Reaper is now on a killing spree. Dredgeline just whiffing past Bearded Monkey, but the Grand Entrance gonna hit. Reaper now coming in the Abyssal Dive, diving onto Oppression and Bearded Monkey. Bearded Monkey gonna be able to walk away. No right of the Arcane available for another 10-15 seconds. So it does mean that Bearded Monkey might have the chance to base, but it looks like the rest of... Oh, never mind.
Oh, he based alright.
He didn't decide to base because he decided to get taken out by a beautifully struck Arcano Pulse from Zenith, and it does mean that Rift Herald will be handed over to Karmadillos.
And it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Because Demon Trick stepping up a little bit too close. In comes the Featherstorm and doesn't actually have the opportunity to pull back the Blade Call. He used it slightly a little bit too earlier, and it does mean that there's going to be no kills in the bot lane. Talk me through the fight. Talk me through that last fight, Tilt.
Carnage is honestly the one word that I can use for that last fight. Obviously, just I feel like people just overstepping way too much. Do we have another fight? No. I think Shrocklow is just going to walk away. Obviously, Karmadillos get the Rift Herald in the end, but I just feel like because of the lead that okay.
I think he probably would have accepted his fate there if he'd have gone into that tower.
Yeah.
So probably a good decision. He's going to just run into the mid lane.
Oh, I thought he was
doesn't have enough
maybe...
damage. No, I mean, he still probably will get some damage off with it.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be another fight in the mid lane now. The Rift are all going to be taken down. iPlayListen just going to be instantly devoured by Reaper. Just going to fall half HP now. But in comes the depth charge as well. The right of the arcane being used, but he's in such a vulnerable position as he does go. In comes the Aurelia ult as well. The devour, there's the knockup from the Kench. Going to hit everyone in the air. Oppression going to now pick up a kill as well. Beautiful stun by the Aurelia. Flawless duet, stunning 2 people. And that is a double kill for this Gwen. And just when you thought that Dangerous Game were out of this game, they bring themselves right back into it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that Gwen is now looking very, very scary, managing to pick up a lot of the kills in that little fight happening at the mid lane tier 1. I think the problem there is that Karmadillos looking to get that Ripped Herald charge onto the mid tier 1 to kind of take it down. It didn't hit. They kind of trying to protect that Herald in order to to get another charge, maybe to get some extra damage down. They stayed in such an awkward position where Dangerous Game were just able to come up behind them and basically take that team fight. And while Karmadillos had used everything to try and lock down the Aurelia, it wasn't enough. It was just enough to stall. But the rest of Dangerous Game were there. They because of the stalling, they were able to get there. They were able to turn that fight back around. And by that time, Karmadillos already using all of their abilities, all of their tricks in order to to find somebody. They didn't have anybody for that sustained sustained team fight.
No, exactly that. And do you know what, Tilt? That's the first team fight you've actually had the chance to analyse this game.
Right. I think it's. Go on.
This is the first one you've had the chance, and it literally is the first time we've analysed anything in this game because it's just non-stop carnage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just when I think there's a little bit more peace.
Never mind, you've not got a chance to get any peace at the moment because iPlayListen is in a difficult spot now. Going to get hit by the dredge line. In comes the depth charge well to knock him in the air, but that is a lot of damage coming out from the Vanguard's edge. In comes the Blade Surge as well, dashing on. It's a double kill for Oppression here, and this Aurelia is really starting to snowball.
Yeah, and this is part of the problem, isn't it? While Karmadillos had a great early, and they were having such great fun with it. I think that the damage of Reapery, why are you following? No, Reapery, what are you doing? just
leave it alone, it's fine.
Just when I was saying, Karmadillos were having fun with their lead. Unfortunately, I think they've had a little bit too much fun, and because of that, Dangerous Game have just kind of been punishing Karmadillos for the little mistakes that they have been making, and because of those mistakes, it's turned into such a massive lead for them. Dangerous Game are 3k gold up right now. They have the items. The Aurelia has got the Hull Breaker as well, so is probably going to be looking at just sitting on those side lanes and just split pushing, effectively giving those buffs to those minions on that side lane. Artican does get taken by Dangerous Game as well.
I mean, Dangerous Game taking advantage of their lead, as you just said, Till. They picked up the lead, take the Artican, and I think now it's going to be really, really difficult for Karmadillos to come back into this game. And I think the way they do that is by playing around Pepsi Boy. But the issue is they're very much a pick-oriented composition, right? We saw it quite a couple of times. They played around the Devour, they played around the Dredge line, and when they managed to hit those, it was perfectly timed because they managed to do something. But ADHD always trying to do something now, going to use the Grand Entrance to go in, isn't going to manage to do anything this time. Kenshi is very, very tanky, but beautifully played. Is the quickness lands into 3 of them, but Teneri Prime does so much damage. Out comes the Blade Caller, landing so many feathers. Shutdown being handed over to Time Kench now. He is so tanky. Pepsi Boy not going to manage to hit anyone just yet. Right at the Arcane coming down. Lands onto Teneri Prime. Beard and Monkey not going to be taken down though. And this Oppression is doing so much damage. Blade Surge, Vanguard's Edge not available, has been used. Uses the Flawless Duet to stun the Yan. And Pepsi Boy hits a beautiful Arcane Pulse.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And while all of that was happening, Crocklow never left that top lane, manages to get the tier 2 top lane,
He
bagging
might be in
himself an
trouble now,
extra.
though, Till. Oh, never mind. It's
Yeah.
fine. Cinched.
Manages to bag himself that extra 700 gold. Does Reapery getting the slow with that tongue lash onto
Kills him.
Oppression? I don't think Oppression lives this. He
No,
just needs
Oppression
to get
doesn't live
out of
this
there.
time. Kench is a raid boss to struggle. He is quite literally 5-man. We need a healer. Please, we cannot kill this boss because Tam Kench does so much damage and he's stacking that heart seal. The dark seal coming in handy, actually, Tilt, because now has 8 stacks in it as well. That Q doing a lot more AP damage than you expected it to. And it's looking like maybe when you thought, where is the rest of Karmadillos' damage? They've found it because it's on the Tam Kench.
It really is, and he's just picked up that haunting guise, as well as the fiendish codex. So, are we potentially looking at like a Leandri's bloodletter's curse here?
To be honest with you, it probably is going to be the Leandris just to do as much damage as possible, but I'm not entirely sure because in comes Reapery though, a lovely hook though, as the dredge line lands. In comes the Featherstorm, sorry. Blade Caller gonna pull back, rip through the rest of Karmadillos, and double kill have been handed over to I Play You Listen. Demon Trick now stepping up a little bit too close, and it looks like unfortunately Pepsi Boy is the only one remaining, and they just threw it away at the last second when they started the team fight so well, Till, because Shrocklo is now not afraid to keep going. In comes the fling, the shocking orb lands, but the front-loaded animation flings him over his head.
Like this is just absolutely crazy, and this is why you can't let a Gwen get ahead, especially the Zaya as well. Finishing off that Navori quick blades. She's just gonna do so much damage. With the Gwen with the Nash's Tooth and the Rift Maker, I don't see any way that Karmadillos can come back into this. Like, while yes, they do have the raid boss that is Tom Kench and has now finished that Rift Maker, which was the item that they were building, has now lost half of those stacks in that Dark Seal as well. So while they are going to be tanky, the damage is going to start to fall off. From this Tom Kench, and while you've got that you've got that big meatball in front of you, who else is going to do that damage? Because remember, while this has been 25 minutes into the game, pretty much, Sivir still only has that Essence Reaver, while Zaya has 3 full completed items plus boots. So, like, the ADC difference, like the damage, the difference the ADCs are going to put out is massive. It's almost like a canyon.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you saw it in that last fight, is when, and you've seen it in 1 or 2 fights now, is when you think that maybe Carmadillos have found a pick. The Desire comes in, Teneri Prime comes in, throws as many feathers as possible down. That Blade Caller pulls back and it rips through the rest of Karmadillos. And it's so hard to play around that. I Play a Listen now, looking to maybe play a little bit more aggressive because down goes the Sivir Demon Trick falling so low, and there's the damage you exactly said from this ADC, because this Zaya is doing so much damage till it's now a double kill. Baron is available, and it looks like Dangerous Game are going for exactly that.
Yeah, and Karmadillos were so concentrated on the on the Gwen that was on the backside of them that they completely forgot about the Zaya that was actually in front of them. So this Zaya was just getting to free hit them this whole time, and this Aurelia is also going to start getting scary now as well with that Hall Breaker, and now with the Baron buff that Dangerous Game have just secured for themselves. That split pushing Aurelia is gonna start looking scary.
Absolutely, and it's becoming scarier and scarier. I mean, we can see the massive difference in the goal lead. I mean, the Zaya is so incredibly far ahead, nearly almost 4,000 gold ahead, 3.5k gold ahead, basically, and it's just becoming incredibly difficult for the Sivir to get back into this game. I mean, gonna need at least another 15 minutes to at least get some items. 3 item Sivir is where you need to be, but I don't know if there's another 15 minutes left in this game till it looks like maybe that Karmadillos is going to have to do some serious work to find some seriously big picks because they just cannot team fight currently.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is the problem about picking Sivir, right? Like you have to want this game and any game to go on, for 30 to 40 minutes, because otherwise it's just not going to be worth. Like realistically, all the Sivir has been able to do is just farm. We are going to get another fight though.
Yeah, we're going to get another fight. As I play, listeners not afraid to go and use as a snip needlework. Isn't going to be used just yet. The Devour coming out onto the Gwen, going to throw him out. But Tahm Kench doesn't do enough damage. Right of the Arcane going to be used, but it's not going to do anything to anyone. As Dangerous Game looking to maybe finish this game very, very soon. Schrockler just in the top lane, casually pushing by himself. The Baron empowered minions are still available, still up. This bot side just being shoved in by a cannon minion. And this Zayed is going to rip through minions, push his waves as hard as possible. And unfortunately, Karmadillos have no choice but to play defense and just try do something. The top inhibitor is now down thanks to Schrockler. And Schrockler is just ending the game. But what can Karmadillos do? They can't do anything. Schrockler is just going to charge in, put as much damage as possible. The quickness comes out. In comes the knockup from the Rakan as well. But Schrockler is just going to live through the tower damage. But they can't do anything else. ADHD nowhere going in. Grand Entrance going to be used. Pepsi Boy now just less than 20% HP. Is forced back. Demon Trick goes down. Teneri Prime is now godlike in this game. And unfortunately, this time Kench is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. Oppression dancing around like no one else has ever seen before. My guy should be in Strictly Come Dancing because the way he danced around that was incredibly impressive, because it looks like Dangerous Game are going to look to finish this game. Glacial Fisher comes down. ADHD Norway trying to do anything possible to stop this game, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to, because Dangerous Game are going to finish the game really soon till, and it's just absolute carnage.
Dangerous Game are just looking to pad to their stats right now. Like they could very easily end the game, and here comes the Nexus hits now. What such a great game, such a great series, and just wow, like that was absolutely crazy. Like it really, really was.
That was an absolutely incredible game to deal with. I think I got lost for words about 5 times, which is incredibly impressive because there was non-stop carnage, and if you wanted non-stop carnage, that is exactly what you got. We saw that Karmadillos were hungry for blood. They were hungry to come out and prove a point. They thought they could bring back and beat one of the top seeds in the split, but they fell just short, unfortunately. And it looks like Dangerous Game bounced back, and they managed to secure a win in the second series. That has been it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been some fantastic 2 series. I'll always promise you bangers, and we'll always deliver bangers as well. Thank you very much to Gablet for producing, and also Tilt for joining me and Atomica in the first series. And it's been an incredible one, Tilt.
It really has, and I'm so thankful that I got to cast these, the back end of the first series and the whole of the second series with you. Thank you ever so much for having me on, and hopefully, fingers crossed, and maybe I get to come in and do some more.
Absolutely, and we'll see you very soon for some absolutely incredible games. Don't go anywhere, don't miss any streams, because make sure you tuned in, because as you've seen, there's some very, very, very good games. See you soon.